At Odoo, I'm responsible for anything related to sales operation and international business developments. It includes pricing, change management, install base, renewal team, anything related to sales operation, I have to say.
What are the next steps for Odoo sales activities?
First of all, as I said this morning, we would like to empower our sales team. So we have for the moment 4 sales teams: partnership recruitment, channel team, indirect sales. We have a direct sales team for SMEs and the renewal team which take care about the install base. We need to empower that. That's first step. The second step is to continue our international development by opening a new sales office in New York and continue to push operation in San Francisco, in Hong Kong, in Asia.
First of all, you talked about your different teams. What are their objectives?
Teams?
Of the teams.
First of all, for the complete flow, we have 4 axes. Partnership recruitment, their responsibility to recruit partners on a daily basis. We have a trend of recruiting 20 new partners globally a month. Those guys, as soon as they close the partnership contract, it's passing to the account manager. The account manager are part from the channel team, indirect sales team. They need to activate, motivate, train, and sell through the partners. The third team is direct sales team. They are selling out-of-the-box solutions to SMEs. And there you have a TCO between 5K and 10K average. In that team, we are delivering unlimited support in terms of functional supports, helping the clients to be live quickly. And we have the renewal team. It's a brand new team launched January 1st to take care about the install base.
How the Odoo sales business impact the partners?
First of all, has any change, they need to process the change internally. They need to think how to sell better. It's what we try to explain during this event. And the way we see things is that now they need to start small and expand with the clients. Some of them are getting used to sell big bang solutions, which is a threat for the business and a threat for the clients. So they need now to train them to be sure that they understand the new business model and the way they need to sell. Selling 3 or 2 apps from scratch and have to expand with the clients.
Why businesses should select Odoo to run their business?
Simple, it's affordable, it's easy to use, and it's exactly answering a struggle the clients have today, is that there are many providers with expensive solutions, and here we have solutions which fitting exactly the needs and the requirements of the clients they want.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Alexandre Van Dormeer, you are the Chief Marketing Officer at Odoo. Tell me more about your missions.
Well, the mission of Odoo is to make companies a better place, one app at a time. It's very simple. We want not only the companies to work better, but we want them to be better, with better user experience, better processes, and of course more growth.
What are the next steps for Odoo marketing activities?
The next immediate step is going to rest a little, as we had the biggest Opendays ever, and as you know, it's been a tremendous experience and a lot of hard work done by the whole team. And obviously, given the success we had in terms of people coming out to us, asking questions, being excited about the opportunities ahead, we'll take a few weeks to just take stock of all of that and make sure we use that as a foundation for the future.
What is the strategy for the months to come?
There are 4 points that we are going to focus on in the next few months. The first one is basically content marketing. So we need to beef up our content to have solid white paper, solid functional documentation, more blogging about what we do and how we do it. We want to provide great content, great quality content to make sure that the people that need that content can find it easily and get educated about what we do. The second point is basically going to be about user experience. We know that when a user loves something, he will be ready to invest anything into it. He will be the advocate of the tool in its company. So user experience comes first. You first convince a user now before you get a client, and that's going to be a key focus to make sure the user gets on board and they immediately fall in love with the product. That's the second priority. A third priority is going to be about lead acquisition and make sure that we have, of course, a lot of leads in the pipelines, not only for Odoo as a company, but mostly actually for partners who are keen to get fresh leads. They don't necessarily have the marketing department in-house to create new opportunities for them. And the fourth priority is going to be create marketing materials, collaterals, and support events to make sure that our partners have the adequate support they need to grow their company.
Why companies should select Odoo to run their businesses?
There are a lot of reasons why, of course, they should select. I think one of the key reasons is peace of mind. Peace of mind for two reasons. One is that because the solution is future-proof, anything that happened to anyone, Odoo is stronger than the company that created it. It's run by a community of 2,000 developers plus 200 in-house developers. The company itself is growing at a very high rate. So there's a high success. So nothing really can happen to the company, and the software will continue to evolve a lot in the coming years. So you have the peace of mind because it will continue to grow with the company and evolve. And you have the peace of mind as well because even if you start with one application, if you need the next round, you don't have to worry about integrating something, cutting in pieces, getting files out and files in. Everything is integrated seamlessly from the website to the e-commerce, the CRM, down to the manufacturing, warehousing, and accounting. So anything you add will be automatically fully integrated. So you have as well peace of mind about upgrading Odoo apps, and that's critical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour Guy Christians, vous êtes manager chez Alpinter. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors Alpinter est une société qui est active dans le milieu d'humanitaire. On est fabricant et revendeur, et vendeur bien sûr, de ces produits dans l'ensemble du monde des ONG, donc des organisations non gouvernementales. Et la société est belge, je pense la seule européenne à être spécialisée dans ce domaine. Et nous produisons surtout du matériel non médical et non-food, comme des tentes, comme des bâches, des jerrycans, ce qu'on appelle des kitchen sets en anglais, et d'autres produits comme des kits hygiène que nous livrons sur site aux ONG, malheureusement là où il y a des événements comme des guerres ou bien des crises climatiques comme il y a eu dernièrement en Haïti.
Vous utilisez Odoo dans votre société. Quels bénéfices utilisez-vous Odoo?
Alors on a démarré avec Odoo depuis 2 ans. Surtout dans le but de développer nos activités dans l'international. Donc on avait des besoins d'être présents avec notre stock et tous nos produits dans des pays comme l'Afrique centrale. Bien sûr, là où se trouvent les ONG pour des raisons logistiques en Arabie Saoudite, à Dubaï entre autres, et également être présent en Asie pour faire l'achat de nos matières premières. Et donc on a recherché un produit qui était installable au niveau international, qui était multi-device, qui était multi-warehouse. Et après une sélection assez poussée, notre choix s'est posé sur Odoo.
J'ai bien compris que vous utilisez le warehouse management, mais quelle autre application d'Odoo utilisez-vous?
La partie fiscale, bien sûr, la partie comptable qui est nécessaire dans chaque pays, mais également toute la gestion commerciale, toute la gestion des achats, et l'ensemble des activités fonctionnelles qui gravitent autour des achats, des ventes et de la gestion des stocks.
Après avoir utilisé Odoo, recommanderiez-vous Odoo aux autres entreprises?
Je pense qu'après 2 ans, c'est un succès. On a mis le point sur surtout la stabilité du produit et le côté convivial. L'implémentation dans les divers pays s'est fait très aisément, très rapidement. Et je pense qu'aisément, dans ce type d'activité du moins que nous faisons, on peut conseiller à d'autres personnes de choisir ce produit.
J'ai cru comprendre qu'au début, avant l'installation, vous avez quelques réticences à utiliser le produit.
Effectivement, j'étais pas très chaud pour un open source. Je viens d'un milieu d'informatique classique dans lequel on avait l'habitude de payer ses licences, ses contrats de maintenance et ses contrats de service. Et je n'étais pas très, j'étais un peu sceptique. Mais après les phases de test et d'implémentation, je pense que maintenant je suis un bon partenaire des open source sans problème. J'ai évolué.
Merci.
Je vous en prie.
Ok.
Bonjour Jean-Luc, vous
Bonjour.
êtes Practice Manager Odoo chez Odaxis, un partenaire d'Odoo. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Odaxis est une société belge, basée près de Bruxelles essentiellement, mais nous avons des filiales au Luxembourg et en France, ainsi qu'en Afrique du Nord. Alors Odaxis, en fait, c'est une société qui délivre des services sous 3 grands axes. Le premier axe, c'est l'ERP, avec essentiellement 2 produits, dont Odoo. Un deuxième axe qui est la business intelligence, donc tout ce qui est business intelligence. Et un troisième axe qui est tous les développements web. Les actionnaires d'Odaxis sont essentiellement des anciens consultants fonctionnels qui ont commencé leur carrière dans les années 90 et qui aujourd'hui, depuis plus de 10 ans, se sont tournés vers le monde de l'open source.
Et pourquoi avez-vous choisi Odoo pour les entreprises, pour implémenter auprès des entreprises?
Alors d'abord, nous avons sélectionné Odoo au sein d'Odaxis au moment où on a trouvé que la maturité du produit nous permettait de le délivrer et de le proposer à nos clients. Ce moment a été pour nous établi il y a environ 4 ans. Et depuis 4 ans, nous avons bâti une équipe autour d'Odoo avec aujourd'hui plus d'une dizaine de personnes sur le sujet.
Et quels sont les mots-clés pour décrire Odoo?
Alors aujourd'hui, Odoo, finalement, c'est pour moi une société qui fait du buzz. Alors elle le fait intelligemment sur plusieurs axes, entre autres sur le fait de la nouveauté, puisqu'on sent vraiment qu'il y a une forte activité, que ce soit en interne au niveau de la société Odoo ou au niveau du réseau de partenaires qui est vraiment productif et intéressant de par les différentes compétences que l'on peut trouver au niveau des partenaires.
Et quelles sont les raisons pour lesquelles vous recommanderiez Odoo auprès des entreprises?
Alors Odoo, pourquoi le recommander? D'abord pour les aspects du large périmètre fonctionnel qui est proposé au travers d'Odoo et à sa modularité. Donc je crois c'est quelque chose d'intéressant qu'il faut exploiter. Donc c'est commencer petit mais avec une vision à long terme. Grâce au fait de notre passé au niveau de l'ERP, donc les consultants d'Odaxis sont des gens qui ont déjà implémenté des ERP intégrés, donc ils ont cette vision à long terme. Mais aujourd'hui, le marché est demandeur de démarrer vite quelque chose. Et donc, l'objectif d'Odoo et la modularité d'Odoo parfait à cet objectif.
Pour bien comprendre, avez-vous un cas concret pour que les entreprises puissent avoir les bénéfices d'Odoo?
Alors oui, des cas concrets, c'est des projets qui sont en cours. Alors, par exemple, la dernière entreprise sur laquelle on est en cours, on a décidé très très vite de mettre en place un module afin qu'il y ait un premier déploiement dans l'entreprise pour qu'il y ait une gestion du changement qui soit déjà entamée en termes d'ergonomie des écrans, de fonctionnalité. Voilà, c'est vraiment une étape qu'on a choisi délibérément de faire dans cette entreprise. Alors, c'est vrai que c'est pas un choix en tant que tel qui va permettre de décider d'Odoo par rapport à un autre, mais en termes de démarche, parce qu'il est très important que même si l'entreprise a fait son choix, c'est d'arriver très vite à déployer quelque chose pour pouvoir continuer, puisqu'on sait très bien qu'il y a beaucoup de projets qui, dans le monde de l'ERP, c'est pas lié à Odoo, mais dans le monde de l'ERP, vous avez beaucoup de projets qui prennent du retard, qui sont lourds, et cette façon et cette modularité d'Odoo permettent d'aller très vite dans un délivrable concret.
Et encore plus concrètement, le délai exact de déploiement était de combien pour cette entreprise?
Alors, là, le délai donc, de ce premier module était dans le mois du démarrage. Donc, après 4 semaines, on avait quelque chose de démarré. Et en général, on sait très bien qu'un projet, au-delà de 6 mois, il est difficile de garder la pression et la motivation des gens de faire des heures supplémentaires parce que tout le monde sait que c'est en termes de charge de travail, déployer un ERP, c'est important. Et donc, j'essaye toujours de garder pour un vrai déploiement, un temps entre un espace-temps, je dirais, entre le début du projet et la mise en production d'environ 6 mois.
Et maintenant, à propos des Opendays, que pensez-vous de cette année?
Alors moi, j'étais venu aux Opendays les 3 dernières années, donc j'ai vu la progression en termes de nombre de participants, hein, de nombre de personnes venant assister aux Opendays, de quelque chose qui était plutôt une réunion d'étudiants, je dirais, à la bonne franquette. On est passé à vraiment quelque chose de très professionnel, bien organisé, où on a de plus en plus de monde intéressant que l'on peut rencontrer, et on voit très bien que maintenant, au niveau même de la communauté, on a des acteurs de plus en plus professionnels.
Merci.
Merci.
Bonjour Nicolas Declos, vous êtes Project Manager chez BHC, un partenaire de Odoo. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors il faut savoir que BHC existe depuis plus de 15 ans, on est actif dans les services en informatique. Je vais résumer ça en disant que BHC est basé sur quatre grands piliers. Donc on a vraiment la consultance et le service informatique, on a l'infrastructure, on a la partie ingénierie logicielle et on va dire qu'on a un pôle transversal qui est donc le pôle Odoo dont on a besoin vraiment, on a besoin de tous les autres piliers pour soutenir ce pilier-là.
Pourquoi avez-vous choisi d'implémenter Odoo auprès des entreprises?
C'est très simple, disons qu'il y a quelques années on a déjà fait le choix de Odoo pour notre propre utilisation. De par nos connaissances, je veux dire très facilement s'orienter vers un produit open source et je veux dire à force de l'utiliser on s'est rendu compte qu'il était très facile de l'implémenter chez nos clients.
Comment décrirez-vous Odoo en quelques mots?
En quelques mots, je veux dire il y a beaucoup de mots qui sont possibles pour décrire Odoo, mais pour moi les plus importants, je veux dire c'est la facilité d'utilisation pour le client final, c'est la flexibilité, donc c'est-à-dire qu'on peut avoir un outil qui est à la fois facile en sortie de boîte, je vais dire comme ça, mais en même temps qu'on peut personnaliser à l'extrême. Et pour moi, je veux dire, c'est les deux choses qui sont vraiment importantes.
Avez-vous un cas concret que vous pouvez partager auprès du public?
Oui, tout à fait. Donc, par exemple, je vais citer un client qui est actif près de chez nous. Donc, c'est une société de Facility Services. Donc, ils ont, on va dire, plus ou moins 80 personnes qui sont sur le terrain en permanence. Et grâce à l'application mobile qu'on a pu développer, en fait, il y a un lien direct avec leur serveur Odoo qui permet de savoir en temps réel où sont les différentes personnes sur le terrain et de générer donc automatiquement la facturation sur base des timesheets.
Très bien, merci. Et maintenant, à propos de l'événement, les Open Days, comment trouvez-vous l'événement? Est-ce que vous avez trouvé les sessions intéressantes?
Personnellement, je suis très satisfait de l'événement cette année. Parce que moi, je fais les Open Days à l'époque depuis quelques années maintenant. Et je suis assez heureux de voir l'évolution que Odoo maintenant prend. Vraiment un bel essor. Et je trouve que c'est très agréable de revenir ici, de rencontrer les mêmes personnes. Et que de nouvelles personnes viennent se joindre à nous.
Merci.
Voilà, merci aussi.
Good morning, Joe Lawrence. You are the CEO at ITAS in Germany. You are a new partner of Odoo. Tell me more about your company and about you.
Yes, thanks very much for having me here for that interview. It's right, we are a new partner for Odoo, but we are really thrilled to be here at that event. It's marvelous to see all those great people, the enthusiasm, all that mood and manner. It is really mind-boggling for us. It's a great event.
And how long does your company work for Odoo?
We are in the IT business since more than 15 years already. We are a pretty fresh Odoo partner, I have to admit, but we are a senior partner when it comes to business software implementations. We do that for 15 years now, in particular in the area of portals, e-commerce, and all kind of back-end systems. We did a lot of implementations there. And now we found that it is really worthwhile having a new, fresh system, a great look, and in particular also a new great platform and all those great people.
You said that Odoo is a fresh system. Why choosing Odoo to implement in other companies? Why choosing Odoo?
I see a couple of advantages actually. Today, on the one hand side, what I see is a big chunk of innovation coming from that system year on. So there's a lot of new things which are really demanded by the marketplace. So we see that the fit for the customers is the best right now. And the other thing is that I also see a strong trend towards openness. Your open platform, which Odoo is based on, regardless whether it's the system of the operating system or the system itself, is something that people admire because then they know what they have. They can look inside if they need to, and we are kind of not getting sold for something which we do not know what is in the box.
would you recommend OpenERP to end customers?
Because I see a couple of advantages for their particular businesses. If you are a small business owner, you have the particular modules that you can run out of the box. You have the SaaS offering on the one hand side. If you are a mid-sized company where you have some customizations, you can do that. You have partner network, which is really set up and can really deliver on those kind of promises. And it's a strong community, so it's really a value add for the customer to see what's evangelizing here. And on the other hand, you see the biggies in the marketplace, they are not any longer moving. I think they are getting kind of a little bit fed up, and that is not paying off for the customer. The customer wants to get really innovative tendencies, and that's getting with Odoo.
I know that you are German. Maybe you can answer the next question in German. Where are you located in Germany?
Wir stammen aus der Nähe von München, östlich vom Münchner Flughafen sind wir angesiedelt und wir machen jetzt den nächsten wichtigen Schritt in Richtung Partnerschaft mit Odoo. Wir sind Silberpartner, möchten gern auch weiterhin noch weiter im Partner-Ranking steigen und freuen uns unheimlich drauf, mit all den Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten.
Thank you for your answers. Okay. Good morning, Carol. You're a managing partner at Dynapse. Tell me more about your company and about yourself.
Yeah. So good morning, also Yves, Pascal. My name is Catalan from Dynapse. I'm managing partner of Dynapse. We started about 2 years ago with the implementing of OpenERP. Before that, we implemented the Oracle ERP systems in a lot of companies. But at a certain moment, we could not work very well in the PMEs, in the small business companies with Oracle ERP, because it was too expensive and not dynamic and efficient enough. So we did a market study, and out of that market study, OpenERP came as a very good system for the PMEs or small companies.
Except the fact OpenERP is affordable for small companies, why would you recommend OpenERP for end customers?
We recommend OpenERP for smaller companies because it's flexible. It's of course less investments to do because it's open source, and users are very quickly can very quickly work with OpenERP because it's very intuitive to work with.
Do you have a key business case you are glad to share with the people?
Yes, one of our, we have more key business cases, but one of them is of course the integration of Jira with OpenERP for doing the project accounting management of companies who are developing software or doing engineering projects. On the other hand, we have also an implementation with OpenERP for the wholesale companies, for electricity companies, audio selling, things like that. That's also a solution based on OpenERP.
Okay. And about the Opendays, how do you find the new place? Because I think you were there last year, and it was not the same. And
we were also last year, not here, but in Brussels. I think Odoo did a major improvement to come over here, with also a very good setting, I think, with the colors. Commercial stuff of Odoo. It's a lot better than next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Karel.
Okay.
Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You are the managing director at Axon.
Yes.
Tell me more about your company.
Okay. So our company was established in 1989 with the aim of developing bespoke applications based on open standards, and XML, or the previous standard of XML, SGML, at the very beginning. And
Hi everyone. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. It's good to see you, so many of you already here at this hour, at this time in the morning on the third day of our open days. So today I will do a short presentation on the new community tools, the new state of the community now in 2014. It will be a little bit different from the presentations that I'm used to do every year on the open days, for those of you who are coming every year here. There will be less numbers, less statistics on the size of the community. It's growing, as you know, every year more and more. But this year I have a lot of things to explain with the transition and all the new tools we have introduced in the past weeks. So I won't be able to cover everything. I will just try to give you a short and global overview. And there are many sessions explaining more things in details, and you can join also the workshop we are having all day if you need to ask any questions or to discuss these topics. So the new tools, here's a short summary of all the tools. We'll go over them one by one. As a member of the community, there are many tools available to you, and it is great if you are aware of them, and if you use them, that's very impressive. We'll go over them one by one. The first one I want to discuss is the help platform. It was launched a little bit more than a year ago. If you don't know it, it's a frequently asked question forum. It's like a discussion forum, but more in the fashion of Stack Overflow and these forums where you can simply ask questions and have answered collaborative answers with votes to extract the best answers from the community. This platform was previously running on another technology, and we have just migrated it to use our own forum app, which is great because it solved quite a few performance issues we had with the old platform due to the tremendous success of the platform. And it also will enable us to integrate it deeply into our documentation flow, which is something I will talk about next. So the help platform is really a big success. You can access it by going to odoo.com, and there's a link to help, to the forum, or otherwise help.odoo.com as is shown here. We have quite an activity going on there, more than 50 posts per day. That's questions and answers, and it's increasing all the time. And more than 60% of the posts are answered, which is quite impressive with the number of posts. You can see that we are close to 15,000 posts already, so that's a lot of resources to tap if you're looking for help. We have more than 5,000 users active on the help platform, which is very impressive as well. It is migrated, start editing them, you can start improving, you can start moderating the forum. It's totally crowdsourced as a platform. And then it integrates with the next thing, which is the documentation that we want to build, the future documentation of Odoo. Mainly the functional documentation will be kind of switched from the old flat book approach that we have previously, and that was quite difficult to maintain, to translate, to organize, to modify as we go, as we add new features, because a book is a story, and it's difficult to add chapters in the middle of the story. So in the next version of the documentation, we'd like to build it based on small how-to like recipes that we are going to organize in logical chapters, but that can be extended and modified in real time as we go. So maybe the best thing is that I show you a little bit what it looks like. This is the help platform. Let me show it a little bit bigger. When you are on the help landing page, hopefully I do have network here, okay. This is what the help page looks like. You have the top questions, you can filter on activity, and when you go on a question, if you have enough karma, you will see an option here that lets you promote this question. I hope you can read it. Promote this question to a frequently asked question that will be part of the official documentation. When you do that, you have to ask yourself a few questions in terms of the quality and the guidelines that this question should follow. So there's a short guide here explaining that there should be a clear question being asked, a clear description of the problem that we want to solve in this how-to answer, and then we will have the best answer that appears as an answer to that question be the actual content of the how-to. So you get to choose in which chapter of the documentation it will appear, and then that's it. You push it to the documentation, and it will appear in the documentation. Let me switch to it. Forum/how-to, which is a work in progress, really. So far you have a few chapters highlighted. There is already some content being added there. So this is actually a question that was answered on the help forum. It was selected and promoted to be part of the documentation. There's an editorial process going on there because we have internal resources that will be organizing with the community the content of this documentation. We'll be reviewing the posts that are selected to be part of the documentation. We'll be improving, recommending some adjustments, and of course anyone who has enough karma can go and edit these posts and modify them. You'll see also when you go on a question that it has been selected as part of the official documentation, and it will look like this in the documentation. This is the title of the question, the description of the issue, and then the full post content. The selected answer is here as the content of the post. So this will allow us to have a collaborative process and a better process. Okay. And another nice thing with this is that we will be able to add the translation feature that we also have developed as part of Odoo apps. We have a Django-based translation integration. Django is an online service providing automated translation and human translations services. And we have an API integrated inside the software. So we can improve the flow so that new questions that are promoted would be automatically translated by human beings with good content and quality being reviewed. This is not available yet, but it will be rather easy to add. So that's one of the things we get by using our own apps for all these, for all the documentation. That's for the functional documentation. The technical documentation is still available on the old location, but we are going to convert it to a wiki-like form on the new platform on GitHub, because we get all these nice tools for editing in real time, and that will make it, that there will be less friction. It will be a lot easier for everyone to contribute and to maintain them, whereas now the documentation is very difficult to edit, and there are only few people who know how to do it, and even less people who have the time to go and do it. So now it will be just click, edit, save. If you have the right, it's immediately modified. Otherwise, it makes a contribution proposition, and automatically we can accept it. Probably the technical documentation will not be translated because it's mostly for technical people, and it would be probably easier if everything is, the reference is in English. This should normally not be an issue for technical documentation. The next topic is the mailing list. As you perhaps aware, our new platform GitHub doesn't have any built-in mailing list system. So of course we could switch to using external systems like Google Groups, but that's not an ideal solution either. We cannot continue using the old mailing lists on Launchpad because that will be very confusing for the users. So what we're proposing is, again, to switch to a built-in solution in the software and use the new mail group system that is in version 8 of Odoo. This will mean that you get everything when you go on odoo.com. All the resources are directly available there. You can subscribe to the mailing list. You can view the archives online. And you can subscribe in one click because you're already logged in, either on Help or on the portal or in your online database. It's all sharing the same account settings with our integrated single sign-on on the platform. The screenshot is one of our groups that is already active. The new groups are being set up at the moment. You can already register, and we are going to phase out the existing mailing lists on the Launchpad platform. Of course, it will be announced, and the archives will stay available, and then we will gradually switch to this new mailing list platform. Oh, and of course, being part of the normal Odoo distribution, you can use this for your own mailing lists as well. Then there's Odoo apps, the great library of Odoo applications that has just passed the 4,000 apps landmark. It is being updated at the moment to support our new source platform, where you will be able to register your Git repositories as well. And it will also, of course, be upgraded to be V8 compatible, because at the moment, if you're using one of the beta versions of V8, you know that the apps integration is not available yet. And one great thing that is coming up with version 8 is the data modules. Don't know if you are aware of this feature. You probably heard of it during the Opendays. It will make it possible to have small themes, module themes, for changing the look of your websites. This will be available on the apps platform, and we'll try to make it available also on Odoo Online. If we can make this integration, it means that on the online platform, you will be able to use some of the modules of the Odoo apps, just those without any business code, but just data. But data can be a lot of things. In the software, if you know how technically it works, everything is data almost. So you can do a lot of things. And Anthony has shown how you can now deploy your themes online. So technically, there are lots of very nice solutions coming up. The next best thing is Runbot. Is a new version of our continuous integration server has been deployed. recently, and it features quite a few very nice tools for all the developers out there. It supports, of course, the new GitHub platform, but it will also have advanced integration with it. You know how it works, basically, in a nutshell. Runbot is monitoring every commit, every activity in our R&D department, and also in the community R&D, and is running the test suite, the full quality tests of the Odoo software for every commit, checking that everything is still valid, that the quality is good, that we haven't broken any test. And it gives an OK or error sign or a warning if something is almost correct but not quite good. And this is directly available online. You actually create your new feature online, you push it online, and Runbot will detect it 1 minute afterwards and will start building the tests. And even better than just building the tests, it's going to give you a live instance with your code running on the cloud immediately for you to test. So you can try out the features. And it works for all the developments we do internally with our R&D. So you can try all the new features online at any time. You just connect to runbot.odoo.com, and you have all the live branches with everything that is happening inside the R&D. The GitHub integration is great because it also features status tagging on the results of the tests. So on your pull request, which we are going to talk about in a minute, pull requests, you're going to see the status, yes, it passed the test, or no, it didn't pass the test. And we'll see why it's actually very important, because it will speed up a lot the R&D process for merging these external contributions. Another nice thing with the new Runbot is that it can extract the errors out of the builds that failed. Instead of you having to dig through the whole log file and seeing everything that happened and figuring out why it failed to pass, you get it immediately extracted for you. The old version of Runbot is still available for all the branches that are hosted on the old platform Launchpad, of course, and will stay available for the foreseeable future. So, GitHub. Let's talk a bit about the source code platform, the recent change. We have selected this platform because I think for all the technical guys here, you know that it is like the only real platform that is being used by all the new developers. All the guys that are active in the open source are really on this platform. So our old platform was slowly dying because it's not being maintained a lot. It was suffering from performance issues. We were starting to really feel the pain when trying to manage the contributions, the translations. Many things are not ideal. And the VCS software, the version control system that we are using, was not maintained actively anymore. So we really have many arguments to switch to this great platform, and I think many of you will really love it. Technically, we did one thing at the same time as switching from one VCS to another. We also took this opportunity to merge the 3 different projects we have. We have add-ons, the apps modules, the official ones. We have the server part, and we have the web client part. And we decided to merge them, all 3 together, because that simplifies a lot all the tasks related to checking out the code, to updating it, to maintaining, to deploying. Everything is 3 times.
Thank you.
I thought my only fan was my mom following it on streaming online. Thank you, guys. So, good morning, everyone. For the ones that do not know me yet, I'm Jaime Catalan, so the direct sales manager for EMEA. Some of you, time to time, come to me and say, "Hi, Ruben, how are you?" So I want to profit the opportunity to say that I'm Jaime, not Ruben. I'm a bit bigger than him and I have bigger glasses, so I hope this is an ending story now. So now coming to the main point of my presentation today, so your business life in 2 weeks. So what I will be talking today and introducing to you guys is something I already talked about last year when we only had a couple of weeks, 2 months of experience with our direct sales approach. With this approach, we are able to go live with our customers in a really short time. So our approach and methodology, I just want to remember something that Xavier Pansard presented yesterday, is that our main mission is to address small and medium-sized companies and answer to their complex business needs with simple and affordable solutions. So this is all about our approach and methodology. Also something I wanted to show again is that our pretension is not to go and compete in enterprises market. First of all, it's a really large market and saturated market, and I guess that the players there are much more experienced than we are. We do have a different approach, and again, our pretension is not to be better than what they do today, but we want to do things differently. And something that has been clearly shown here is that if we look to the medium business market, we can see that less than 35% of the company have this kind of tools today. And it's even less when we look to the small businesses in the market. So this is really our target and the kind of the profile of companies we are approaching with this methodology and approach. But before going into details about what we have been doing now for a bit more than 1 year, I just wanted to share something that I do experience in my daily job and all my guys as well, is that when we do approach CEOs of small companies and we start talking about business apps or management softwares, first of all, the reaction is that they don't know about it. They don't know what it is, so we start talking about it, and this is fine. Second, when we have explained it, they say, yeah, but this is not something for me. We are not in that level of maturity in terms of business, in terms of structure and company. And this is totally fine. The worst case is coming now, is when people knows about it. And their reaction is, okay, yes, I know it. I've experienced it already. Is complex, long, and expensive. And at the end, it doesn't work. So there we have to recover and try to change the image people has about what we do, and it's a kind of frustration for us because what we've been doing so far with the help of our consultants and so on, we are convinced that our approach works, and at the end, the satisfaction of our customers, it's at 100%. So again, here the approach and methodology, it's about changing this image people has about ERPs or business apps. So now, concretely, what is that about? Something really simple, and it starts by ensuring a good qualification. In my team and myself, we do not have an IT background. We are not developers. We are not doing code and anything. We do have great colleagues doing that. We are all coming from business schools. We do understand what a business flow is, and this is where we will do our questions and understand the needs of our customers. So we want to identify customers when they do introduce their needs to us. They already have something in mind. They do think about many modules. They also come to us saying, okay, my job is really different than the others. I really have a specific need, and I'm sure you will have to do development on this. Well, fine. We take the challenge, and we will translate again all these requirements into our standards. And we really face it and we start one module at a time. Here the example is, okay, we start with CRM and sales, but we can of course start with project management, with HR, if that's the needs the customer is looking for. Then we give the time to the customer to play a bit with the software, to play a bit with the solution, to get familiar with it. And after 2 weeks, if we did already identify some additional needs, we know that we will have to come back to them with additional modules. Or the second scenario is that, okay, this small starter has a really simple need, but with the time his business will grow, and of course he will need a solution that will go with him in his growth. So comes the second step with additional modules. Project, HR, accounting, you know, I guess, all the modules we are proposing today. And then a third step is when things are, again, growing and evolving for our customer, and this is fine. And our flexibility, the flexibility the product offers to us today, allow us to, of course, follow them and complete step by step their solution. By having this approach, we have 3 main advantages. The first one is to reduce control and risk for customers, because we are not bringing a whole and complete solution in one shot, just based on spec sheets again, saying, okay, we got your what your needs are, and here is your solution, just use it. We are convinced that the people will be totally lost at the end, and they will not use this solution in an efficient way. So by reducing the scope and starting one module at a time, we are sure that this won't happen, and the customer will feel comfortable with the solution as well. Of course, we do reduce costs. If we start with 1 and 2 modules, the budget will be lower than if we come at the really first time with 10 modules in just one shot. And by reducing the cost, of course, we do reduce also the decision cycle, so the decisions are taken much faster than the traditional approaches. Also, in the way of the implementation, we will do it with 6 simple steps. So, first of all, of course, an analysis of your needs. We want to understand, as I said already, what you do, how you do it. Then we jump into the configuration. So we do already list what the modules you will need, what are the modules you will need, what the configuration of those modules will be required. The third step, it's an advanced setup. So we have the modules, we have the standards, and then we can even, by staying in the standard, we can go a bit deeper. One of the examples we always give is by creating additional fields if the fields you do have in the standard is not enough for your requirements. Data import, if you have so, if you need so. We can do it, here I present it as a fourth step, but it can be done in the really beginning of the process. Consultants, when they go into the field to start the implementation at the customer place, they start by doing the import, because it doesn't make sense to use the system if there is no information in it. Training and key users here as well. I put it at the really end of the process, but the training for us starts at the really beginning of the implementations. Since our consultant will always work with our customers, not only doing the configuration for them, but also showing them how they do it and train them in order to gain in terms of independency and competencies as well. That way, when they will have in the future the same kind of configuration to do, the same kind of modification to do in their instance, they will be able to do it by themselves. And of course, the last step is the maintenance and long-term support, where we will always follow you in your growth, and we will always be updating your system, offering you the latest updates and upgrades. Again, in terms of to help you to increase your performance on the system as well. The second point of my presentation is the business pack. How did we get there? Even if we have changed the approach in the qualification, in in the way we understood the processes of our customers, we were still having a traditional approach in the implementation step, where we were still talking about consulting days. And after the qualification, talking together with the consultant, we had an estimation of the number of consulting days that would be required for the project. Usually the approach was, okay, 1 day per app that would be required. And it was, of course, a service we delivered on site. But then came in 1st of October, we started with unlimited functional support. And there nothing changed in terms of qualification and demonstration. We wanted to be sure that we weren't doing any mistake and we were answering correctly the need of the customer. But concerning the implementation, we changed our direction, and instead of talking about consulting days, we are now talking about unlimited functional support. So we do offer unlimited functional support on reference apps. It's online support we do provide by phone and screen sharing, and there is no more limit in time. What was included in the old model with the consulting days, assistant with implementation and configuration, we were invoicing it at 1,250 euros a day, and were not considered there the addition of reports and data import, because by that time it was something we didn't really know if we were in the good estimation of the work that would be required. And of course, once the number of days were delivered, we could feel a kind of frustration for customers that had still additional questions, maybe things that have been explained, but they forgot how to do, I don't know, creating a new article or a new user, or even talking about access right, for example. And even before helping them, we had to discuss about commercial aspects, because their consulting days were gone, and unfortunately they will have to pay for additional support if they wanted our help. So that was clearly a pain, and there comes the unlimited functional support, where we still have the assistant with implementation and configuration, but we also now have the addition of reports. As long as we do stay in the standards. We won't do addition of reports that will require specific development. We always stay into the standards. The training, and of course unlimited functional support after the customers are in production. We still go with them a bit further in their training, and we will always help them. It's just a matter of a phone call or an email or whatever, and our consultant will get back to them with the answer and information they need. We do not charge it anymore by day, but we do talk now about annual fee and modules. And we have there 3 levels of pricing. You just pay a visit on our website, and you will find it under the business packs. And optional, data import. We now have an approach where we say to the customer, okay, if you want to recover your data, you will be responsible of it. Our consultant will help you in defining a template we will use to import it into all terms of time. Is a common decision we have made together with the customer. It concerns the accounting, where we didn't want to jump too fast on it because he had an old system and he wanted to be sure to have all the data correct on his new Odoo tool. And so we have started working in it in November, if I will remember, in order to have the time to work with the 2 softwares at the same time and see that everything was totally in line. And we decided to jump at 100% on January 1st. And for the 4th phase, there is the warehouse management, where some things have been done already, but we are convinced that the release to version 8 will be an additional value for what they need. But here you will tell me, yes, okay, a commercial guy telling me again, bullshit, everything is perfect, everything is fine. But I think that there is no better way to prove the satisfaction of a customer that is his own voice. So we have done an interview of Bogarts in February this year, And I just wanted to show it. It's just 2 minutes. So please listen to it.
Je suis Rémi, administrateur de la société Bogat. Cela fait 100 ans que nous fabriquons des systèmes de chauffage à air chaud. Ceux-ci sont destinés à chauffer les salles, les granges, le hall de sport, les églises.
Do you hear it? OK. So, juste une question technique. Si je branche ceci, ça va marcher? OK.
Je suis Pierre Deville, administrateur de la société Bogat. Cela fait 100 ans que nous fabriquons des systèmes de chauffage à air chaud. Ceux-ci sont destinés à chauffer les salles, les granges, le hall de sport, les églises et bien sûr l'industrie. En bref, nous chauffons tous les volumes importants présents sur le territoire belge. Nous disposions depuis 10 ans d'un ERP ayant fait l'objet de nombreux développements internes pour couvrir les fonctionnalités nécessaires à notre activité. Ces développements spécifiques engendraient une certaine lourdeur dans le traitement de l'information, des difficultés d'évolution technique et de migration surtout vers des versions plus récentes du système. Depuis 5 ans, nous connaissons chaque année une croissance importante. Celle-ci fait naître en fait de nouveaux besoins qu'il faut satisfaire, notamment en matière d'analyse et de reporting. En tant que fabricant, la maîtrise des coûts pour nous est essentielle à notre activité. Nous disposons de 3000 articles suivis, dont 1000 articles tenus en stock, donc un écart peut coûter cher. Le point de départ de notre changement vers OpenERP était la volonté de se doter d'un CRM pour nos 5000 clients et nos 12 000 contacts. Bon, c'est tout d'abord dirigé naturellement vers notre ancien fournisseur. Bon, les contraintes techniques et l'impossibilité de faire évoluer la base de notre ERP nous amenaient à faire un tour du marché. Les critères de sélection étaient bien évidemment la couverture fonctionnelle, le coût et les capacités d'évolution à l'avenir. Le choix s'est très vite arrêté sur OpenERP. Nous disposons d'un atelier de fabrication, d'un stock, des équipes de montage ainsi que d'un service de dépannage et maintenant pour nos 900 contrats. Le point d'orgue d'OpenERP chez nous tourne autour du module projet qui nous permet de gérer l'ensemble analytique de la société. Le module CRM gère l'ensemble du flux commercial. Les modules stock, vente, achat et production sont étroitement liés et parfaitement intégrés. La comptage gère la partie légale et analytique pour nos tableaux de bord en temps réel. En dehors de ça, nous utilisons également le module RH et le module parc automobile qui gère les coûts des 350 000 km par an de nos 10 véhicules. Au niveau de notre objectif, on avait 50% de réduction de la charge administrative en moins et je pense qu'on y arrivera confortablement. Donc, je voudrais attirer l'attention sur le sérieux de l'accompagnement dont nous bénéficions de la part d'OpenERP. Je crois que les autres produits en fait, qui sont présents sur le marché ont beaucoup de soucis à se faire parce que il est très fort et c'est presque impertinent en fait, de venir sur le marché avec un produit aussi abordable et couvrant autant de fonctionnalités.
Okay, so now you will probably say, okay, but that's one happy customer. It doesn't make, I'm sure you won't believe it. But just before that, as I said, the interview has been made in February and March of this year. We started with 8 users. Since that time, there are now 15 users, and they have recently asked us to some help on website builder, e-commerce, and the quote builder. But as I said, this is only one customer, but we do have many of them. By the way, Vasco Bello is also doing a testimonial in a couple of minutes in OK Room. In a bit more than 1 year, we have sold 150 plus projects, and we are really proud to say that 100% of those projects have been a success story. Believe it or not, but it's the case. And I wanted to profit the opportunity, first of all, to thank my team, my guys, because everything has been a success because we have done a pretty good qualification. We have been professional selling exactly what we had to sell to those customers. Then, of course, to the consultant guys that are doing a really and great job. And of course, as well to our R&D, Fabien, and all the team in Grand Rosière, because without such a sexy and nice product, we couldn't be at this rate of success. So, as I showed before, the normal approach in terms of ERPs, I wanted here to say that, just summarize our own approach. We stick to the standards. We do it the simplest way we can. By doing it simple, we will be much faster than traditional approaches. If we are faster, we spend less time in the projects, and therefore the budget is more affordable than usually. And of course, we will continue helping you and continue to upgrade and update your system. So remember just the picture I showed in the beginning of my presentation. Our job is to change it into something that will look like this, and why not into this? So that was my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Don't hesitate to call us, and we will qualify your needs. Thank you.
I think I should, before moving to the next thing, I think I should show you something. So since we started this quick start approach with the SaaS, the team of Jaime, the team of Pascal for the delivery, we launched, of course, we use OpenERP Odoo to manage our own project. So we did a project which is here, Quick Start BE. And we did, since we launched the Kanban, we did 119 projects, because every project is a task in this department. And here is the pipeline. And as you can see, we have lots of projects in progress.
Everybody hear me well? Everybody hear me well? Okay, good. We're almost done here. We spent 2 days together. I think we had a lot of interesting and valuable information we shared together. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your presence. And Alexander will also have a word now for you guys.
Well, good morning, everybody. I hope indeed you enjoyed the last 2 days and a half. It's not over yet, so don't forget there will be, of course, a lunch and sessions this afternoon, even though it will end up a little bit earlier so that you can enjoy a long weekend and you can rest well. But what, of course, I really would love to do now is extend a big thank you, and would like to have all the staff of Odoo to jump here on the stage so that we can have the whole team be present and enjoy. Please come on board, all the Odoo staff. Just be on the stage. No need to hide. And we can start to applaud them. So I would like to, I'm not going to name everyone because you'll get bored probably, and then I'll forget somebody and I'll be in big trouble. So I would just like generally to thank, basically all those who got up at 5 to be on time to launch the coffee in the morning, because it takes 1 hour and a half. Those who are there since Monday or Wednesday to do the catering relentlessly and with a smile. Those who adopted at the last minute some crazy ideas of our founders with a smile too. Those who served beers on the barbecue and yesterday, and who managed not to drink all of the beers themselves. Those who worked so much on their talk as if it was a life achievement, and that was impressive. Those who moved stuff around, assembled and more, even when some of the booths, were there with hundreds of parts and absolutely no plan whatsoever to put them together, and they still managed to do it, I don't know how. Those who are always helpful and available, of course. Those who managed to speak to an audience even if they were really scared like hell to do something like that, which they had never done in their life, for some of them. And obviously, I would like as well to extend a thanks to all our Magna people. A thanks as well to our sponsors. I will name them because then I have the list. It's a bit shorter. It's OpenBig, it's Noviat, it's Axon, Odaxis, PCSol, EasyIT, ITIS, Cam2Cam, Dynaps, Raccoon, Technifuture, BHL Omnica, Ishek PME, Savoir-Faire Linux, Regional IT, FJE. Big thanks as well to them. Extremely important as well to Ola Magna people who were really helpful and nice to us, even though we were not really the best clients they had probably in the last year. But you know, they did the maximum, always with a smile too. And I would like especially to thank all of you who joined today, and especially of course those who travel across the globe. We have people from all over the world over the last 2 days. And big thanks, so you can applaud yourself, you know, big thanks to all of you, and especially to everyone who helped make this event a big success. So thanks to everyone. We do have some flower for the ladies. Because as you know, the world is run by women.
Did you thank the marketing team? Because the marketing team, they did a huge job. I know that over the past weeks they were very stressed. We all worked nights and days because of this event. So I think we should thank Alexandre, but also his team, Bernadette, Yves Pascal, everyone.
Come on, marketing team.
So the event is not finished. We still have a lot of talks after, but as it was the plenary session, we wanted to thank the team now. But I hope you will continue to attend all the great talks we have this afternoon. So this way.
Okay, guys. So thank you, guys. We're still continuing. I think the workshop carry on like normal, like usual, like the past 2 days. So please pick up your agenda, see what you would like to check it out, and I see you next year. We will quickly send you the agenda for next year, because we would like to be more in advance this time to schedule the next Open Days. But I think in the coming weeks we will be able to share with you some dates.
So this year we had 2,000 attendees, but I think we will schedule for 5,000 or 6,000 attendees next year. So we hope you will help us organize the event, participate, propose some great talks, organize exhibitors, and be with us to reach these 6,000 people. And maybe we will call Stromae or something like that to have more presence. So let's continue the event there.
Merci pour ta participation, Fabien.
La caméra va, que je mette un plan là. gros que tout pour nous, l'histoire du groupe, c'était aussi
Ah ouais,
c'est vrai que j'ai filmé toute la photo, non, mais j'ai au moins le même plan que toi. N'est-ce pas? Oui, mais ça va être voilà.
I love this idea. Grease is fine. I get it. But there's this gap that needs to get fixed before it can work with our customers. Yeah, and you know, I'm sure they're going to be tired of me chatting about this, but yeah, you need to see how we've done. We actually have enough shit to make it work. Where, yes, where CFOs don't throw me out of the room anymore. They used to, but we've gotten to a point where the CFOs don't really like it and tolerate it if it's not, but they'll still point out all the things that are incomplete.
Of course, in you see Greg's point, people who are the hardest to convince I think always
it is, and it's because so here's why. You're gonna upend their life, right?
Yeah.
So they're looking to make sure what kind of a level of upend this is gonna be. Is this, you know, a little inconvenient, or is this gonna be holy crap, you just screwed me? And we're somewhere in between right now. And with version 6 and 6.1, we were in the we're going to screw them over. And version 7, out the box still screws them over, and then there's all the other shit that we created to make it work. So I get it. I know exactly where I think we need to be for the direct model to work, and I would argue it's going to be version 9. And that's if they listen to all the stuff that we were asking for.
Yeah, I think they're also, especially if they're offering Europe and philosophy, I think they're really starting to focus more
happened? What's wrong with the barcode scanner? Okay, here's the problem, is it's EAN13, it's not UPC. And they need to, again, make sure it works with UPC. Yeah. There's also the 3D and other sorts of barcodes. Yeah, there's the 3D barcode. That's the one that looks like the circle with the swirl. Oh, yeah, yeah. There, so, the company, if you want to look at the hardware company to partner with, it's a company called Internet. They just got bought by Honeywell. They invented barcoding and one of the big investors behind RFID. And they make handheld, not cheap handheld computers, but they're really high-end, plug-in, no shit ones that UPS uses. There's no other things.
Alexandre Van der Merch, you are the Chief Marketing Officer at Odoo. Tell me more about your missions.
Well, the mission of Odoo is to make companies a better place, one app at a time. It's very simple. We want not only to companies to work better, but we want them to be better, with better user experience, better processes, and of course more growth.
What are the next steps for Odoo marketing activities?
The next immediate step is going to rest a little, as we had the biggest open days ever, and as you know, it's been a tremendous experience and a lot of hard work done by the whole team. And obviously, given the success we had in terms of people coming out to us, asking questions, being excited about the opportunities ahead, we'll take a few weeks to just take stock of all of that and make sure we use that as a foundation for the future.
What is the strategy for the months to come?
There are 4 points that we are going to focus on in the next few months. The first one is basically content marketing. So we need to beef up our content to have solid white paper, solid functional documentation, more blogging about what we do and how we do it. We want to provide great content, great quality content to make sure that the people that need that content can find it easily and get educated about what we do. The second point is basically going to be about user experience. We know that when a user loves something, he will be ready to invest anything into it. He will be the advocate of the tool in its company. So user experience comes first. You first convince a user now before you get a client. And that's going to be a key focus to make sure the user gets on board and they immediately fall in love with the product. That's the second priority. A third priority is going to be about lead acquisition and make sure that we have, of course, a lot of leads in the pipelines, not only for Odoo as a company, but mostly actually for partners who are keen to get fresh leads. They don't necessarily have the marketing department in-house to create new opportunities for them. And the fourth priority is going to be create marketing materials, collaterals, and support events to make sure that our partners have the adequate support they need to grow their company.
Why companies should select Odoo to run their businesses?
There are a lot of reasons why, of course, they should select. I think one of the key reasons is peace of mind. Peace of mind for two reasons. One is that because the solution is future-proof, anything that happened to anyone, Odoo is stronger than the company that created it. It's run by a community of 2,000 developers plus 200 in-house developers. The company itself is growing at a very high rate, so there's a high success. So nothing really can happen to the company, and the software will continue to evolve a lot in the coming years. So you have the peace of mind because it will continue to grow with the company and evolve, and you have the peace of mind as well because even if you start with one application, if you need an extra one, you don't have to worry about integrating something, cutting in pieces, getting files out and files in. Everything is integrated seamlessly from the website to the e-commerce, the CRM, down to the manufacturing, warehousing, and accounting. So anything you add will be automatically fully integrated. So you have as well peace of mind about upgrading Odoo apps, and that's critical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour Guy Christians, vous êtes manager chez Alpinter. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors Opendays est une société qui est active dans le milieu humanitaire. On est fabricant et revendeur, et vendeur bien sûr, de ces produits dans l'ensemble du monde des ONG, donc des organisations non gouvernementales. Et la société est belge, je pense la seule européenne à être spécialisée dans ce domaine. Et nous produisons surtout du matériel non médical et non-food, comme des tentes, comme des bâches, des jerrycans, ce qu'on appelle des kitchen sets en anglais, et d'autres produits comme des kits hygiène que nous livrons sur site aux ONG, malheureusement là où il y a des événements comme des guerres ou bien des crises climatiques comme il y a eu dernièrement en Haïti.
Vous utilisez Odoo dans votre société. Pour quels bénéfices utilisez-vous Odoo?
Alors on a démarré avec Odoo depuis 2 ans, surtout dans le but de développer nos activités dans l'international. Donc on avait des besoins d'être présents avec notre stock et tous nos produits dans des pays comme l'Afrique centrale, bien sûr là où se trouvent les ONG pour des raisons logistiques en Arabie Saoudite, à Dubaï entre autres, et également être présent en Asie pour faire l'achat de nos matières premières. Et donc on a recherché un produit qui était installable au niveau international, qui était multi-device, qui était multi-warehouse, et après une sélection assez poussée, notre choix s'est posé sur Odoo.
J'ai bien compris que vous utilisez le warehouse management, mais quelle autre application d'Odoo utilisez-vous?
La partie fiscale, bien sûr, la partie comptable qui est nécessaire dans chaque pays, mais également toute la gestion commerciale, toute la gestion des achats et l'ensemble des activités fonctionnelles qui gravitent autour des achats, des ventes et de la gestion des stocks.
Après avoir utilisé Odoo, recommanderiez-vous Odoo aux autres entreprises?
Je pense qu'après 2 ans, c'est un succès. On a mis le point sur surtout la stabilité du produit et le côté convivial. L'implémentation dans les divers pays s'est fait très aisément, très rapidement. Et je pense qu'aisément, dans ce type d'activité du moins que nous faisons, on peut conseiller à d'autres personnes de choisir ce produit.
J'ai cru comprendre qu'au début, avant l'installation, vous avez quelques réticences à utiliser le produit.
Effectivement, j'étais pas très chaud pour un open source. Je viens d'un milieu d'informatique classique dans lequel on avait l'habitude de payer ses licences, ses contrats de maintenance et ses contrats de service. Et j'étais un peu sceptique. Mais après les phases de test et d'implémentation, je pense que maintenant je suis un bon partenaire des open source sans problème. J'ai évolué.
Merci.
Je vous en prie.
Ok.
Bonjour Jean-Luc, vous êtes
Bonjour.
Practice Manager Odoo chez Odaxis, un partenaire d'Odoo. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Odaxis est une société belge, basée près de Bruxelles essentiellement, mais nous avons des filiales au Luxembourg et en France, ainsi qu'en Afrique du Nord. Alors Odaxis, en fait, c'est une société qui délivre des services sous 3 grands axes. Le premier axe, c'est l'ERP, avec essentiellement 2 produits, dont Odoo. Un deuxième axe qui est la business intelligence, donc tout ce qui est business intelligence. Et un troisième axe qui est tous les développements web. Les actionnaires d'Odaxis sont essentiellement des anciens consultants fonctionnels qui ont commencé leur carrière dans les années 90 et qui aujourd'hui, depuis plus de 10 ans, se sont tournés vers le monde de l'open source.
Et pourquoi avez-vous choisi Odoo pour les entreprises, pour implémenter auprès des entreprises?
Alors d'abord, nous avons sélectionné Odoo au sein d'Odaxis au moment où on a trouvé que la maturité du produit nous permettait de le délivrer et de le proposer à nos clients. Ce moment a été pour nous établi il y a environ 4 ans. Et depuis 4 ans, nous avons bâti une équipe autour d'Odoo avec aujourd'hui plus d'une dizaine de personnes sur le sujet.
Et quels sont les mots-clés pour décrire Odoo?
Alors aujourd'hui, Odoo, finalement, c'est pour moi une société qui fait du buzz. Alors elle le fait intelligemment sur plusieurs axes. entre autres sur le fait de la nouveauté, puisqu'on sent vraiment qu'il y a une forte activité, que ce soit en interne au niveau de la société Odoo, ou au niveau du réseau de partenaires qui est vraiment productif et intéressant de par les différentes compétences que l'on peut trouver au niveau des partenaires.
Et quelles sont les raisons pour lesquelles vous recommanderiez Odoo auprès des entreprises?
Alors Odoo, pourquoi le recommander? D'abord pour les aspects du large périmètre fonctionnel qui est proposé au travers d'Odoo et à sa modularité. Donc je crois c'est quelque chose d'intéressant qu'il faut exploiter, donc c'est commencer petit mais avec une vision à long terme. Grâce au fait de notre passé au niveau de l'ERP, donc les consultants d'Odaxis sont des gens qui ont déjà...
Start the next talk, so unless you plan to attend. All right. Hi again, everyone. This talk will be meant mostly for technical people, or at least users that have some experience with the system and who know how to deploy it, how to use it at the technical level. The idea is to give you some feedback on our experience with dealing with large deployments of the software. We are, of course, offering services and support to all our customers, and some of them are using very big databases. They have a large amount of data and transaction volume, and it can be challenging. So I want to show you how we deal with this and how we can achieve very good results without taking the right approach from the start. The idea is, even if Odoo is meant to be perfectly suitable for small businesses, it can also handle very well large services because it's designed to scale to enterprise volumes. So there is no reason why you should be facing any performance trouble. And if you are, that should be relatively easy to fix once you know how to take the issue, how to grasp it, and where to look for the actual magical change that will make the big difference. I want to also in this presentation show you what is not important and what is important, because when you're facing performance issues, or if you want to improve the performance of the system, there are many things that you can do that will not make a big difference, and you don't know it yet, so you can waste a lot of time trying to improve things that will not make a big difference. The idea is to look for the things that will make an order of magnitude of difference in the performance of the system. So that's the idea, and I will try to give you all the best tips to start with this. The thing is, we are using Odoo on very large deployment. I was mentioning large customer installations, but we also have our SaaS platform, which is a nice playground for testing the performance as well. I've presented the architecture of our SaaS platform yesterday, and you have to know, if you didn't attend the presentation, that we are hosting our customer databases on single servers. They are physical servers. There's not virtual platform or virtual infrastructure system. They're just bare metal machine on which we install the standard Odoo system, and we host something like up to 3,000, even more customer instances on one of these machines. These machines are very normal hardware. I will talk about that. I will give you the specs. They're very typical hardware. And on these machines, we get new customers signing up every day on our, when you go to www.odoo.com, you can sign up online, and you'll get allocated and redirected to one of these hosts. And that means each of these hosts, they're seeing, depending on the area of the geolocation pool they are in, because there's more activity in Europe than in Asia, for example, they will see up to 100 or 200 new databases created every day, many more recycled, many more duplicated. There's a lot of activity going on there. So what is a large deployment? When I'm talking about a large deployment, of course, the SaaS environment is very unusual because it's made of many databases, but rather small databases, because many of the customers are new ones. The SaaS platform is ramping up in terms of usage. So there are many small customers with small databases. But we also have quite a few bigger customers. I think the biggest database on the SaaS platform is something like 6 or 8 gigabytes at the moment. It's growing every day. So this is already a reasonable amount of data. But then we have larger deployments on site with customers running manufacturing plants with all the routing of the manufacturing process, everything modeled inside Odoo. We also have customers who are managing a large volume of transactions in terms of accounting. So it will be easy for them to reach multi-million tables, even more than that. And the volume is increasing very quickly. Some of them are creating 300,000 new lines every month. So you get the idea. That's 1 million more lines every 3 months. That grows very, very fast in terms of volume. And it runs very well as soon as we deploy it correctly and we do the right thing from the start. Even on a single machine, we don't have to do complex load balancing. Of course, this will be necessary if the hardware limit is reached. If you have bigger volumes than that, you want to be a service that is used worldwide in real time by thousands of users. Sorry. At that point, load balancing starts to be very important. But the typical size of databases that we're talking about here, they're actually easy to run on just normal hardware and nothing fancy. And the performance is very good. You just need to know that when you're facing a performance issue, you have to know where to look at. What are the tools to use, what is efficient, what doesn't work. Start with the facts and the right tools, and you should be able to solve most issues rather easily, and that's what we do every day with the customer we support. So I will first start with some facts that could be useful to you in terms of reasoning about your performance issues, and based on that you will be able to take sensible decisions on what to do next. I will show you what is a typical deployment architecture that would make sense for performance improvements. I will discuss a bit the tools that we use to monitor and measure the performance, because that's very critical in terms of being able to improve or solve these issues. You need to be able to measure and monitor. And then, of course, when you measure and monitor, you have to analyze the data you're getting and see where to go to fix the issue. So that's the part of determining the right thing to do, not to waste time on things that will not matter much. And I will also try to give you a top 5 of the most common issues we see with the customer deployments, mostly in custom modules, because we try to do our best in the core modules to be sure we won't be facing too much performance issues. But often we have made some mistakes in the past, so of course there were there were some in the official modules, and some of these mistakes are very common. So some facts that you may know, some of them you may not know. The first important fact to know is that Odoo is not really a rocket science system. It doesn't do fancy computing. It doesn't have to crunch large numbers usually. What it does is help you run your business. It helps you manage processes, and it moves bits in the database. It inserts data, moves it, change it a bit as you go in the process. It doesn't do much more than that. So the big factor in the performance will be that we're just handling data in the database, and if the database can handle it, it should be fine. There's no reason why fundamentally you should be facing any performance issue if the database can handle the load. And we are very lucky to be based on PostgreSQL there, where Postgres is really super efficient with doing everything like that. It does so many things, and it's much smarter than what we do in the software. So we can fully trust it. It is very reliable. We have found one bug in Postgres in 7 years that we've been using it every day for supporting all the customers on Odoo everywhere in the world. So it's really very, very reliable. It's used by very big services on the cloud. It's been known to have one of the largest databases in the world with a few petabytes. It was running a modified version of Postgres, but that gives you some idea of the scale. It was powering Reddit at some point partially. It's really big, and you can trust it to be working with terabytes of data with no problem, not breaking a sweat. If you do the right thing with the data, you design the model correctly, soundly, you have the indexes in place, everything is correct, it will do it quite quickly, so there's no issue to fear there. But what it cannot do is fix algorithmic problems. It cannot fix magically how we are using the database, so this is really what matters. You can probably get all the performance you want from the database, you just have to make sure you're using it right, you're not making it do things that don't make sense and are super expensive to compute. Another fact that is important is that the hardware, as I was saying, it doesn't have to be fancy because, again, we're not crunching big numbers. We're just moving data around and inserting data in the database. We're managing business-critical data, but we're not computing lots of things. So for a typical active deployment with a few hundred users, 100, 150 users, 200 users. The typical off-the-shelf hardware that you see here, just a normal system you would buy for a few hundred euros, it will do fine. I was quoting the price yesterday. Our online servers, we pay them something like less than 200 euros, or at least less than 300 euros, depending on the data center in the world, per month. These are not very expensive hardware. It is really your typical server. We just have a lot of RAM because RAM is cheap at the moment, so that's great. We get 32, 40, 64 gigs of memory if possible. And then we have fast disks. It doesn't matter much because, again, Postgres is very smart. It's going to put everything into the memory. So if you have memory enough, the disk doesn't matter that much. It matters a bit in terms of creating new databases, but you're not doing that so often. So usually the disk is not that critical. You want it to be secure with RAID so that the data is safe, but that's as much as it matters. And with this, we're handling thousands of customers on the same server, or very large databases with with large numbers of active users without issues. How can you reason if you are going to need more hardware or more servers or to need load balancing? Well, you can do some simple math. Sorry for the numbers here, but they're quite simple. I won't have so many during my presentation. So how long does a transaction take? A transaction is whenever you click on something in the user interface, in the web client, you click on something, you open a record, you go to the next one, you click on a button, you do an action. A typical read transaction will take about 100 milliseconds. So you can have many of them going on when you quickly click on different things. But a typical round trip to the server will take that long. It's very fast. That's for reading, of course. If you're writing, it's actually triggering background processes. So the processing on the server side is going to be longer. But for reading data, usually it's as fast as that. So that means that you could almost do 10 of them per second. 100 milliseconds, you have 10 transactions per second on one for one core of the CPU. So it could be handling 10. I quote 6 here because it's a little bit more than 100 milliseconds usually. So you can count on one worker, one CPU working on handling requests, could be handling 6 of them per second. If you deploy Odoo with 8 workers working in parallel, which is a typical way to start it, that means you can take at least 50 transactions per second. 50 transactions doesn't seem like much, but actually one interactive user, someone using the software actively, browsing, creating sale orders, recording data, and so on, will take probably 50 transactions per minute, not per second. So that's on average 1 transaction per second. This means that you can handle a lot more users than you think. If you have 100 active users, the maximum transaction rate that you would get is 100 transactions per second. So you won't be able to handle that sustained load at that level with just 8 workers on a single server. But that never happens because it would mean that all the users are frenetically per second. You'll get 10 transactions per second, and that's easy to handle with 8 workers. So you can scale much higher than that, and depending on the real time your transactions will be taking, you will be able to handle a lot more than that. I was saying that our own server, the one we have for www.odoo.com, is a normal server we have in our SaaS platform, and it now handles the traffic on the website that we get. We have more than 20,000 visitors, unique visitors per day, so that's a lot of traffic to host. We have the forum running there, we have the documentation, we have many things that are running online. All the customers go through our own server when they want to log in on their instance on the SaaS platform. So that's a lot of traffic, and it handles that fine with the kind of hardware spec I mentioned. What about these 100 milliseconds for transactions? You can have transactions that are a lot faster than that, but that's an average of what a transaction would take, because it still has to do some things. It has to verify that the user is authorized. It has to verify the session. It has to verify the credentials, verify that the user is allowed to do what he's asking to do. So even if you're just asking to read the name of some customer, you have actually quite a few verifications to perform before you can return the value to the user interface. So that means that a read transaction doesn't take just one SQL transaction in the database. It's actually more like 40, 50 transactions usually. But that's very fast because the database, you want to have it running locally, so it will be instantaneous to create those transactions. So that means everything can be completed in 100 milliseconds, because each of these 50 small SQL transactions took a few milliseconds only, less than 5 usually. A write transaction will take a lot more queries. I mentioned 200 more. 200 is like the minimum it could take. So that's why write transactions are a lot longer, because they have to process a lot of things, and because everything is dynamically defined in the database. All the workflows, the states of the object, everything is in the database. So it has to recompute everything every time. So it takes a bit longer, not much more. Another interesting number in terms of SQL is the fact that there are quite a few locks that are being acquired by the system. Each of these write transactions, they will be altering data. So when you're writing in the database has to guarantee the integrity of that data. Postgres is very good at doing that. But it does it automatically for us, but it still needs to do it. So whenever we write on a single customer or change the name, it's going to take quite a few locks to ensure that no one is writing the same thing at the same time or conflicting data. And that's something to keep in mind. We'll see later where it matters in terms of performance. So we can think of having a few hundred heavyweight locks acquired during a write transaction in the database. These are a few numbers that can give you an idea of what kind of hardware you will need depending on the load that you expect to get. And if you are talking about a few hundred users, you can rest assured that with a single server, that way, with that kind of hardware spec, it will be fine. We use that for our internal server. Is not only running the website with thousands of visitors, it's also servicing 2 200 employees working actively on it every day. It's the same machine. You see, it doesn't break a sweat. It's very easy. We have a big database. Our database used to be 20 gigs. We managed to reduce it by removing some of the files and putting them on the file system. I will discuss that later. It's still quite a few gigabytes. We have big tables with the customers, of course, with all the customers being registered in the system. We have many millions of lead records. We have really a lot of messages in the mail messages, so we have a big database already. But if you exceed that level of concurrent users, of active users, you want to face 5,000 active users, you think you'll get peak loads that are higher than this, then you should definitely plan ahead. You want to be conducting load testing. You don't want to be planning for a big bang deployment on Monday, and on Monday at 12 you're already on the phone with us asking us if we can support it because all the users are blocked and the business is stopped. That happens, and it's really bad. We can solve it, but it takes a few days to help you or a few weeks, so you don't want to be facing that when you're already in production. You definitely want to test drive everything if you're facing bigger deployments. So in terms of deployments, the architecture, I think you should be familiar with it mostly if you're here. You know the architecture of the software itself. You know that the database is at the bottom. It's the critical part where the data lies. And then on top of it, you have the different layers of the software, the framework, the business logic, the controllers, the new HTTP routing that enables the website features is on top of that. And then you have the other side. After crossing the network, you have the front end on the client browser. So that's, I think, something you know already. How do we deploy this? The typical deployment is to have one server, that's the central part here on the slide, with several workers working in parallel. This is something we introduced in version 7, actually already in 6.1 partially, multi-process, because due to the Python limitation, we want to be running several full processes, real processes, to use all the cores of the systems. You know that it doesn't happen now that you will be able to buy a computer that is twice faster than your previous one. That's not where you can get a 100% improvement. That doesn't happen. You can find maybe computers with more cores, 2 CPUs with more cores. That happens. But that will be totally useless if you're just running a software that is limited to using one core of the system. So that's very important to do. You do that with the parameter -- workers when you start the Odoo server. And a rule of thumb that we use is to just allocate as many workers as you have cores times 2. So if you have like a 4-core CPU, you could allocate 8 workers or 9 workers. We usually add 1. That is a reasonable amount of workers. You have to keep in mind that each worker will have some amount of memory allocated, but that should be really small compared to what you have on the server. I was talking about 32 gigs or 64. That's a lot more than what the workers will be using. That memory will be useful for Postgres because it will be able to put a lot of things in the memory, so it doesn't have to hit the file system when you're just reading data. So this is the typical deployment when you have only one server. I was saying you can probably support a few hundred users with that kind of deployment. We also have 2 different types of workers in addition to the HTTP workers. HTTP workers are just the normal workers that are handling requests coming from a browser or from an API program integration with the web service. We have cron workers. They're dealing with the background jobs that you have scheduled in your database. And we have G-event workers. These are used for long polling requests, mainly used at the moment for the live chat feature or the instant messaging feature that you can have. That's built in the software. You just install it in version 7, and you have a chat embedded in the software. So that's the reason why we have a G-event worker. When you want to do it to deploy a larger server, or you want to split it, you will simply have to mirror this on several machines. You put a load balancer in front of it, so that the requests are divided up and load balanced on the two machines. And that's it, and you don't need anything more than that. You can actually do fair load balancing because the workers are stateless. They don't really care which worker you are accessing. It works within one machine. It also works the same in two machines or more. You can switch machine, you can switch worker, any request from the same customer can go to any of these servers. You can take servers down and up anytime you want, if the load balancer will adjust usually accordingly. When you're deploying, you should also think about the Postgres, because as we've seen, this is really the workhorse behind the software, so you want to pay attention to that. You want to probably deploy 9.2 or 9.3 if you can, because they are including a lot of performance improvements, so that's great. Also, you don't want to be deploying them out of the box. You want to have a look at this link I gave you here that explains what are the settings that you need to tune, because by default, Postgres is very nice with your hardware. It's very conservative. It doesn't want to bring your machine down if it's a desktop machine. So it doesn't use all of the memory. It doesn't allocate enough memory, and you probably want to be very attentive to that. You want to have a look at it. You also don't want to be deploying on a virtual machine if possible, because virtual machines are much harder to optimize in terms of input-output operations per second. And I was saying, in terms of reading transactions, it's fine. Postgres will do that in memory. But if it's a write transaction, writing in the database, it's going to have to save it on the disk to be safe, to know that the data is there and won't disappear if the power is cut. So at that point, the disk becomes a limitation, and virtual machines are usually much difficult to optimize for this. If you're using VMware, you want to have a look at their vFabric for Postgres 9.2, where they have kind of a pre-setup with some settings adapted so that you could actually get the right performance. You want to increase the shared buffers and the memory that Postgres is going to use. You want to give it at least 60% or even more of the available RAM. I think I have graphs later where we can see that the memory used by Odoo workers is like a very small bar at the bottom of the memory, and then everything else, like 90% of the rest of the RAM is meant for Postgres and is used for operating system buffers and cache. You want to enable the memory ballooning driver if you are using a VMware guest system. You want to have it aware of the way the memory may be shared between different virtual machines, and overcommit can occur there. But usually, if you can, it's better to put Postgres on a bare metal machine. That way you're sure you won't be facing any issue there. Those are just recommendations for the deployment itself. Then, after deploying, you want to be sure that you will be monitoring and measuring your deployment to know what happens. You cannot improve the system if you cannot measure what happens. You cannot see if your improvement, if your change has a good or a bad impact. You can get a gut feeling, but you want numbers, you want data, you want to be sure about this. And you don't want to do it after the fact. You don't want to do it when you are facing the performance issue, because that's too late. At that point, you would want to know what is the normal look of the performance, how much memory is used normally, what is the load on the machine normally, and why is it suddenly higher? Is it okay? Where lies the difference? This is very important. You want to be doing that from day one, and this will save you. So some of the metrics that you are going to be monitoring are very obvious. You want to monitor the system load. You want to monitor the I/O operations on the disk. For example, for write transactions, as I was saying. You want to see also the number of transactions per second you're getting on the database and also on Odoo. It's possible to monitor that. You want to monitor the database size to see if anything fishy is happening there. Those are all the kind of things you want to be probing all the time from day one of your deployment. What we recommend for that is Munin. Munin is a very small tool, very lightweight, and also very flexible. It's like the best thing we found for the job. It's very simple. You deploy it. By default, it's got a lot of plugins that are already enabled. It will monitor your Postgres database automatically, system load, disk activity. All of this is just built in Munin. You just start a Munin node process on your system, and that's it. Everything is monitored, and you can have very nice graphs that look like this. This is just a pretty dull example from our own monitoring system. I could show you what it looks like later. But you want to use Munin because it's very easy to extend it with your own plugins. Basically, Munin can make a graph and monitor anything that returns a value. If you can write a program in the programmer language you want that returns a value, Munin can monitor it. If you have a file somewhere with a value that changes, it can monitor that, and then it can graph it over time. And that's all you need. That's how we are able to put all kind of monitoring measures that we care about. We have probes on our SaaS platform for the number of instances that are being created or the new registrations that are being created. We know the cron jobs that are scheduled on our customer databases, if they're late or not, which means that the cron workers need fine-tuning because there's so many customers that we're not able to process their jobs in real time. That's all sort of things that you want to add. Anytime you face a new issue and you don't have the right probe that will let you know that something fishy is going on, you want to add it so that next time you'll get a warning. You can set up a warning and an error level so that you will get them red and flashing when something is bad and you want to see that immediately. It will be really a valuable tool. You also want to probably run the Odoo server with the log level set to debug RPC, at least when you're first deploying and definitely when you're testing it. This is a very good tool because it prints in the log files of the server the timings of all the RPC requests that are being processed. That's critical because you can use that as part of the Munin probes to get a sense of the number of transactions per second and how fast they are being processed. Because just by looking at the log files, you have all the data you need. You know what is happening, you know how fast it is happening. And later on, if you want to drill down in those logs, it will be very useful to know exactly how long it took for every transaction. This is an example of a small probe we use for Munin monitoring. It doesn't matter really to look at it. I just put it in the slides so that you can find the slides online and copy-paste it whenever you need it. I will have a lot of data like that in my slides so that you can copy them as you need. Basically, what it does is goes in through the log file, finds all the transactions that happened in the last 5 minutes, extracts the number of transactions. There's another variation that extracts the response time and gives the minimum and average response time. Or you can also put the maximum, or I didn't include it. You just modify it to include the maximum response time, and that gives you very nice graphs over time of the performance of the system, so that when a user calls and says, oh, the system is very slow, you know by looking at the graph if it's something global or if it's just one user or one transaction that is being slow. That's very important. As I was saying, Munin has many plugins built in, so Postgres, for example, is monitored by default. What you can do with Postgres in terms of monitoring is to enable the log min duration statement. This asks Postgres to log whenever a SQL transaction takes longer than 50 milliseconds. I was saying most of them should complete under 100 milliseconds. But if you can start logging them at 50 milliseconds, it's interesting because SQL transactions should be much faster. Most of them will be under 5 milliseconds, so you won't see them. But if you start having some of them probably write transactions, Above 50, you want to know about it, especially because when they will be taking 2 seconds, then you definitely want to look at them. You can set it to 0 if you want to see everything. You don't probably want that all the time because that's a lot of noise. I'm mentioning a link to a small script that Instagram is using or has been using in the past to toggle the log statement, take a snapshot of the transactions, and then reset it to a higher level to avoid the noise. And they use that to detect problems. So it can be live, it can be used live to monitor the whole activity on the database. You can also set LC messages to C. That just means that all the error messages and diagnostic in the logs are in English. That's actually useful because most tools that you can use to analyze these logs, they will want the messages to be in English. So if you have them in Spanish or French, it will be trouble. And you don't care about log messages being in French or Spanish, usually English is fine. Then you will be able to use analysis tools for that. In terms of analysis tools, the thing is when you're facing performance and you're looking at the graphs and you know that something is wrong, you need to know where to look for the issue. Okay, transaction time is spiking. It's spiking, but I don't know where the spike is coming from. What's happening? There aren't more users than usual. Why is it suddenly slower? So just think in terms of what can affect the performance. Of course, it could be hardware bottlenecks. It could be that you're reaching the disk limitation. It's not fast enough to follow the transaction rate that you're feeding it. But you can see that on the Munin graphs, if you have them properly set up, you will see that. You will see that the disk I/O and the service time it takes for a disk operation to complete is going to be higher, and this is part of the default Munin probes. If it's not the hardware, because it's not usually the hardware, if it's not the hardware, then where is the next bottleneck? The possibility that the business logic is burning the CPU is an option. It could be that it's not doing a lot of things in the database, but it's just doing a lot of things in memory, processing an endless loop of some sort or taking too much time to do something. You can have a diagnosis of this by using a kill -3. That's sending a signal. The signal is sig quit, technically, signal 3, sending it to the process. The Odoo process will dump the state of all the threads that are running at that time in the log file. So you can send kill -3, kill -3 again. You can have like snapshots of what's happening, and then you can look at, oh, this thread was doing this, now it's doing this again, or it's doing this again. If you get the same trace in several snapshots, it means either this same part of the code is being accessed all the time, or it's slow. Otherwise, it's very unlikely that you will get twice the same trace in 2 different snapshots. So that's very useful, and you can do that on a live system. It just outputs in the log, so you want to definitely try it. If it's not that, it means, and you will see it as well in the trace, it could mean that the system is waiting for a lock at the database level. I was saying Postgres is doing a lot of data safety checks to guarantee that we won't corrupt the data. So at that point, it can be that sometimes there's too much locking going on, probably due to a mistake we did in the logic, in the business logic. So it could be that. And then, of course, there's the possibility that it's just the queries that are too slow. They're just not waiting for a lock, but they're too slow because they're not optimized, or we're asking the database to do nonsense operation, which are taking a very long time. So that's where you can start drilling down. You can have, in terms of query performance, you can have a look at some of the statistics that Postgres maintains for us. There are important tables that you want to have a look at. These are internal tables in Postgres that are automatically available. There's the pgstat activity table. It shows all the transactions that are running in real time, so you can see what the database is doing, actually. There's pg logs. It shows you all the heavyweight logs that your transactions have acquired and could be waiting for. We'll show an example of that in a minute. And then there are the statistics tables in terms of accessing the tables and efficiency of the indices that you have on the tables. The pgstat user table and pgstat IO user tables. They will show you, for example, this. I will show you an example here. How much your table is being accessed, how many times it has been read or written to, and how many times it was efficient or not, using indexes or not. And that's maintained for free for you, so you just need to have a look, see what are the most active tables, and you can find patterns there that will be very useful for you. I have some examples of what other information you can extract from these tables, so let me just go back a bit. You can find out what are the longest tables. You don't have to go and do select count star from all the tables to know how many records there are there. The statistics of Postgres are available for you, so you can extract the top 10 tables easily just with this query. You can extract the biggest tables in terms of size of the volume of the data that is stored on disk. That's a very important measure as well. If you actually are facing very large tables, it's time to ask yourself why. If it's because there are lots and lots of records and there's nothing to do about it, then it's probably fine. But even lots and lots of records shouldn't take a lot of space in terms of disk, because we're talking about small data like numbers, small text values, like account moves, financial transactions, stock transactions. That doesn't take a lot of space. So if you're seeing big volumes, it's probably because you are storing other stuff that is too big, like very long binary values, like files in the database. So what are the things you can do there? Because it's never good to put too much data in the database. It's going to mean that your backups are going to take longer just by the sheer amount of data that has to be dumped on disk, and disks are slow. So you don't want to have a giant database if you can avoid it. It will be harder to maintain if you have to synchronize a staging system with a production system, for example, because the copying of the data will take too long. So you really want to avoid that. You can enable the file store. If it's just the attachments of emails and documents, by default, in the past, the system used to store them in the database so that it was easier for you to manage. You just take a dump of the database and you have everything. But now you can enable the file store. In version 7, there's a link here to a FAQ entry in help, where you can see how to enable the file store so that all files are actually stored where they belong on the file system, which is very efficient for storing them. And it's easy to back up as well. You probably want to back up the file system of your server anyway, so they will be part of your backups. So then you have the activity of the tables, the most accessed tables here. You see when it was fetched from the disk or when it was fetched from the cache. That's important as well in terms of fine-tuning the amount of memory given to the database server. Most written tables, that's very interesting as well. Where do I write so often? Locking, this is a SQL query that gives you a view. It's actually very useful because by default, the information is stored in different Postgres tables. So you want to join them and have everything combined in a single view. So you can just copy-paste this for Postgres 9.1, and here is the 9.2 version. It's a little bit different. And it will allow you to select star from waiter holder, which is a view that we've just created and gives you an idea of which transaction is waiting for another transaction. That can happen if you have a lot of activity on the same kind of objects in the system. Postgres will, by default, be locking the dependencies of these other objects. How does that work? Well, let's say you're updating a customer. You are going to write on the customer and set a new name. This line of the database, Postgres has to say only one person can be writing at the same time on this line, because otherwise it means that there could be conflicting updates. What if two persons change the name to a different thing at the same time? Which one do I pick? I have to decide. So it locks this row. But it doesn't just lock this row. It has to also be sure that the other dependent data of that row are safe. That means the customer belongs to a country. We've written that on the record. It means the country must not be must not have disappeared by the end of the transaction, otherwise my record is not valid anymore. So it has to take a lock on the country, and so on for all of the relationships going from that record you're modifying to other records. They have to be locked as well, not locked as an exclusive writing lock, but at least locked as a shared lock. So you won't be able to write on these other values, like renaming the country, obviously, while your operation is going on the customer. So that's very important. This works that way in Postgres before version 9.3. In Postgres 9.3, they have done a very important optimization there, is that when you are writing on a row, it will not be locking every other access to the other dependent data. If I'm writing on a country, but I'm just renaming the country, it's actually safe that all the other references to that country can stay, they won't be failing after I rename the country. If my customer was in Belgique, and now Belgique is named Belgium, it's fine, it will just follow the relationship fine. So in Postgres 9.3, what they did is that when you're updating a record, but you're not changing the ID of that record, the primary key of that record, it won't need to acquire a lock on all the dependent, on all the records that are pointing to it. So that means it's a lot more efficient because we're not locking lots of things in the system. And one thing where it is really critical is the users table, because the users table is referenced by all the other tables in the system due to the fact that we keep track of the last person who modified and created, of course, each record. That means each record in the database has a pointer to the user record that created and last modified it. If you want to alter that user, it means you're locking, or you used to be locking in shared access, but still locking, preventing modification on all the records that belong to this user or that this user has touched in the past. That's a lot of things to lock. Just the work of determining what to lock and locking them is expensive. But then you're also blocking a lot of potential operations on these records. So causing other transactions to wait for this. That's very bad. So Postgres 9.3 is a great improvement there. As a matter of fact, every new Postgres version, you can switch to it without even thinking about it, because they're always improving performance and they always have great things up their sleeves. One cool, very good tool is PG Activity that you can use. It's just install it. It's a small Python script that runs on the system, and it's going to extract some of this data for you. What I'm showing here, it's a bit difficult to read because it's split in two rows. When I say verify blocked queries, what you see is the output of that locking. PG Activity can give you that as well easily, so you don't have to write the queries manually if you want. Here we see that in this output that one of the queries updating stock quant, the first one is waiting on another query that is apparently idle in transaction. You see the W query is the waiter and H query is the holder who keeps the lock at the moment. And it's not doing anything. It's idle in transactions, meaning the transaction is still running in Odoo, but it's not doing anything in the database. That's bad, because it causes other things to wait. That can happen if you're doing too much locking, or if this transaction is also waiting for something else, but at the Python level. That should not happen usually. And you can get this circular dependency where A is waiting for B, B is waiting for C. Sometimes C is even waiting for A. In that case, Postgres says, hey, stop. I have to cancel one of your transactions, otherwise it won't pass. And then when you see that some of these queries have locking problem, you have to try to understand why it's causing them to lock. I've explained a little bit the kind of locking that Postgres does by default. I will say in a minute that there is extra logging that we sometimes need to do, but that's the only locking we do. The rest there should be no more locking than that, so it's quite easy to reason about the locks issues. Also, the performance of the queries, you can use explain analyze, a SQL command, and you pass it the name of the full requests, the full SQL query, sorry, and you will see exactly the explain plan, how the database plans to execute that query. this is very important as well, because sometimes we jump to conclusion. We say, oh, we need more indexes. I need to add an index on this and this and this. And maybe most of these indexes won't matter. You really need to try it to determine that this index will be used, because Postgres is smarter than we are. Let's say we put an index on column A in a table that has 50 records. If you ask to select some data on one of the, or let's say 10% of the records where you plan to use the index to select this part of the data, because there are only 50 rows in the table, Postgres will say, well, it's just cheaper to just fetch everything at once because the data is very small. So I'll just fetch everything. I don't care about the index. It will actually be faster for me to do it right from the whole page that stores all these records. So technically, it's faster for it to do it that way. But when you look at the explain analyze, you may be confused because you say, well, I created an index on that column and it's not using it. What, there's a bug or something? No, it's just because it's smarter to not use it. So you want to use explain analyze to understand what is really going on in the system. And if with the extra logging we talked about in Postgres, you know, the minimum duration, if you see some of these queries taking very long time, then you use explain analyze to see what they are doing and why it's happening, and if it's something you can do about it, if it's a normal query that should be running, or if it's just a query that makes no sense or is overly complex. And we're going to see some examples in a minute. So let's see what of a few of the top common issues we have when we debug performance issues on customer deployments. The first case is the computed fields issues. When you have functional fields that are stored and recomputed according to triggers, many things can go wrong. It also matters a lot where you put them. There's some tricky issues with the way Odoo evaluates domains. Those are filters, specs that you can pass to different operations, like when you're searching for something that matches an expression. That's a domain, and we have to evaluate it and decide how to do it, how to translate that into a SQL query. And there are some tricky things there sometimes. Then there's the case where the business logic, you plan to do something smart, but you're doing it much too often, so that's another case. Misusing the batch API. Fortunately, the new API is coming now and should make sure that we don't do those mistakes too often. And there's the locking issues I mentioned. So computed fields. In the old API, something that is probably mostly solved in the new API, the way you specify that a function field is stored is a bit complex. By default, you can just say store equals true when you declare, when you specify the type of the field. But you can actually make it more complicated than that. By default, when you store true, it means that the field will be recomputed every time anything is touched on that record. If I put a computed field on an invoice, account invoice record, it will be recomputed whenever we save that invoice again with a change. It doesn't mean it will be recomputed if we change an invoice line without going through the invoice. So we have to be careful with that. So we usually want to fine-tune a bit the triggers, because in the old API, the system was not doing that for us. So we want to fine-tune on what we are going to trigger. This is explained in the documentation, but we have to be careful with that, because if we put the triggers on all the fields of dependent records, we will be computing them a lot of times, and that's a performance killer. Something that is very dangerous as well is to put this computed stored field on the master data. What I call master data is the part of your database that doesn't change every day. Those fixed things, like the products. Sometimes you may add one or remove one, but they're not like the operational transactions that you're dealing with every day. You're not dealing, unless you make products every day, new products, but otherwise products are what you sell, but the operational data, what you deal with every day is sale orders, invoices, these are operational data. But master data, you don't want to be putting too many custom fields, there are stored fields, because of the blocking issue we discussed. Because if you put a stored computed field on the user table, it means that every time you touch anything that is specified in the triggers here, maybe the holidays of that user or whatever. Whenever something is touched that depends on this, that this computed field depends on, we're going to recompute it and write the new value on the user. But remember, writing on the user locks all the records of that user in the database, unless you're using Postgres 9.3. So be very careful with that. Another common area where people want to do that is stock locations, you know, the locations of in your inventory. That's a very bad place to put computed stored field, because you probably want to update them, these values, every time the stock inventory changes. But that's terrible, because it will change from many places all the time. For all the users, they will be changing this when they do transactions, when they confirm pickings and so on. But if every time this has to recompute something on the location and then write it on the location, it locks the location. So any other move that comes or goes to that location is waiting for this transaction to finish. You're kind of serializing everything and putting everyone in one queue, and you can process only one of them at a time. So that's terrible. So you never want to do that. And Postgres 9.3 won't solve it, because you're writing in that case to the same location. So it has to wait. There's no possible way to bypass that. The second example is the domain evaluation strategy. That's a bit tricky to understand. Due to the way the framework is working, when you have expressions that specify the way we follow relationships to compute something, like in this example, I'm searching, let's say, on an object that has a picking attached to it, and I want to see the pickings. I want to find the objects where we have no partner set on the moves of the picking for some reason. So that's a very strange example, just to illustrate the way we compute the dependence, the relationships. The way the ORM works is that it cannot blindly start joining in the database the table of the object we are looking at with the table of the pickings, with the table of the moves, with the table of the partners. It cannot do that, because if it was doing that, it would mean that it considers that you are allowed as a user to read all this data. And that's not true. So we have to be sure that you are allowed to access the data at any time. Otherwise, it would be very easy to circumvent the security of the system. We also have to be sure that if someone has installed a module that changes the way these relationships are behaving, we must follow that. We must allow them to do their logic. We must not assume that everything is in the database and it's just simple joins. So how does the system work? It's going to look in the move table, so the last before the last expression before the last dot. Moves is going to look at all the moves without a partner. It doesn't even know that you're looking at some picking that is attached to some kind of document you're looking for. No, it's looking at the last part and it has to start with that. Are you allowed to look at the moves that have no partner? Okay, let's look for them. It returns a lot of moves, because possibly in the database there are millions of moves without partner that are not at all related to what you want, but still it has to work that way. So that's a million IDs. And then it needs to find the pickings those IDs, those moves belong to. So it looks for them. So that's still a few thousand IDs that we get back. And only then it will look for the object you are looking for and see if one of those pickings is the one you are looking for. So it still will find the actual answer you want. But it has done a tremendous of calculation in the database and has especially done several round trips to the database, bringing back lots of IDs, feeding them to the next query, just to compute something mindless, because that's not the way we want it to look. We want it to search the other way around, but that's not possible if we want to respect the security of the framework, if we want to accept the modularity and to follow the extensions that each module can bring, each app can bring in the system. So in that case, and imagine if you use such an expression on a security rule. These security rules are actually evaluated whenever you try to access data. So imagine if we have to do that complexity of search and so on, every time someone wants to read something somewhere in that table. That's totally mad. And that's when you start experiencing people going to a menu and it takes 10 seconds to load. What the hell is happening? Well, It could be that you have such a rule that makes the database compute and crunch a lot of numbers for nothing because you could do it differently. So in that case, you have to think about it, try to make a direct relationship to the object, find another strategy for making creating the expression, or you can have a look at the auto join feature, which is available starting with 7.0. You just define your field with the auto join equals true parameter. It works for one-to-many relationships and many-to-one relationships, and it means that you trust that the ACL, the security control, will be okay. That if you can access one, you can access the object this field belongs to, you can accept the remote object, you can access it. So it's fine, for example, between pickings and moves, because if you're accessing a picking and you're allowed to do it, then there is a good chance you are allowed to access the moves that are part of the picking because they're just the content of the picking, so that's safe. So if you know that this is safe, and if you know that you don't care if another module changes this relationship, which is not likely in these cases, then you can use auto join equals true. That means in that case, the system will not do the strategy we just talked about. It will really make a join in the database between these two tables and filter smartly on what you were looking for. So that's a solution to some of the issues. We have used that. If you search the source code for auto join, we have used that, for example, for the mail message table because it has some of these issues. The third one I wanted to discuss is when your logic is triggered too often. It's sometimes tempting to override the create and write method of your objects and to do smart things there. It's a bit like doing function fields, but a bit differently. You need more flexibility than what function fields do. So you're overriding these methods. Try to be careful with that. Don't try to do that and to be careless when you do that on objects that are often accessed, like stock moves, account moves, and so on, because it could be that you will be doing that much too often. We used to do that in the past when we were computing the balances and the validity of a move with all the items in a financial move. We used to recompute the validity of the whole move every time we touch each of the lines, but this was probably done in a transaction that was touching all the lines or inserting all the lines. But for each line, we recomputed everything. And then the next one, we recomputed everything. And actually doing it at the end with the last line was just fine. There was no sense recomputing it every time. But it could make a reconciliation or an import take a few seconds when it could have been instantaneous. So be careful with that. Again, make sure you don't write on master data if you can avoid it. Master data should be modified only when it changes for real, like the customer name really changes. Otherwise, try to avoid embedding logic that will touch it every so often automatically. The fourth example is the batch API. When we design the framework, we make sure that everything is meant to be computed on batches, so that we never do an operation on a single record at a time just to repeat it for all the records in a big list. By default, when you are computing a function field, a computed field, and you are accessing it because you display the list of invoices and you have 80 invoices to display, you don't want to start from scratch and compute it for each record. So you really want to be working with the batch API in mind. And in that case, writing your own for loops and looping over records should be thought about twice, and be careful with that. Use browse, the method that will batch the fetching of the data in the database, so that there's only one query necessary to get all the data that will be used to compute the function field for all the 80 records at a time. You don't want to be doing 80 queries to the database because there's 80 round trips to the database. 80 times you have to open a cursor, to open a transaction and to get back the data. You can just fetch everything at once and you gain a lot of time. So be careful with that. And also have a look at the new API because it solves many problems there. You can use some of the fancy decorators we have, like @1, that will make sure that most of the things are batched properly for you and you cannot make mistakes there. And the last one is the locking part. So I've explained a bit what kind of locking the database does by default. Actually, it does a lot more because we were just talking about the heavy locks. Postgres does a lot of spin locks and very light locks, also always under the scene, but you don't care about this because they're very fast. They're almost running on the CPU. You don't see them. Very fast spin locks, and they don't really matter. And it would be impossible to show them in the internal tables of Postgres because it would cost a lot more to monitor them than to acquire and release them. So there's no way you can monitor that easily. But the heavyweight locks are the ones that are cross-transaction and are harder to acquire, but are more important and more connected to your business logic and to the way the model is defined. So what extra locking do we do? Very few. One kind of locking we do in the database is for cron jobs. It's used as a mutex to avoid two different servers processing the same batch, the same scheduled job at the same time. We just make sure we lock the row containing that, defining that job. So we know that before starting to process it, we acquire lock on it. So if another worker is already working on it, there's no way another worker will start processing the same job. So that's really done on purpose, and it's meant to lock that row. Also, it has a side effect. If you try to modify the definition, the definition of that job, if you want to change the time it runs, it's not possible to do it while it's running because the row is locked, but that's fine. Just wait for it to complete and then you will be able to save it. So that's one example of extra locking, but it's very specific and we explicitly want it. Some other examples have been used in the past, but we stopped using them. Sequence numbers used to be done by writing to one record in the database. Like the sequence was just a row, and we were incrementing the sequence, like doing +1 whenever we allocate a number. But that's very bad because when there are 10,000 users trying to request a new number at the same time, they all have to wait in a queue because first transaction writes +1, +1, +1, +1. And it has to wait for all the other transactions to be processed. So we removed that in 7.0, and the sequences now are implemented with very fast Postgres sequences. The side effect is that they're not transactional anymore, so you cannot roll back the allocation of a number, but for most purposes it doesn't matter, we just want them to be fast. Another example is the reservation in a double entry system like the stock. How the Odoo stock system works, the inventory system works, is double entry. That means, like in accounting, every transaction in stock has to come from a location and go to a location. And if we want to know how much products, how much stock is available in one location, we have to look at all the incoming transactions and subtract all the outgoing transactions, and we get the actual content of that location at the moment. That's how it used to work in version 7 and earlier. That means that if you want to reserve some products, you know the products have arrived in that location, and now you want to take them out and say, these are mine, I'm taking them for this manufacturing order. You have to write, of course, an outgoing transaction and assign it saying it's been reserved. But how do you know that there are not 3 different transactions taking the same goods at the same time from the location? That means you're taking goods that don't exist, but just because they couldn't see each other. We used to have to lock all the entries that were related to the same product and the same location whenever we wanted to do such a reservation. So that's an explicit locking that was necessary because there's no way Postgres could know that we will be assigning one line based on the status of all the other lines. But that's been lifted in version 8 because now we have the quants that are actually representing these items of stock, this quantum of stock, and they can only be accessed by one transaction at a time, so it will not be possible to reserve them twice. Extra locking that is performed, there's very few in Python. In Python, we have a few. First, it wouldn't work for complex things because we are running multi-process, right? So each process is in an independent space in the operating system, so there's no locking occurring between them. It's all going through the database. But inside the same process, we have some locking for when you're doing multi-threaded operations. So if you're not running in multi-worker, there is some locking necessary whenever you're accessing the caches in memory cache, when you want to clear them, modify them, we have to be careful with that. So there's some amount of locking. You don't want to be adding more locking than that. Unless you really, really know what you're doing, there's really no point doing extra locking. You should be fine with all the locking that we have built in. I've never met a case where extra locking was good, but I've met lots of cases where the extra locking that were added in the custom apps, they were causing lots of trouble and deadlocks and problems of performance. Sorry, I think I was a bit too long. We can probably have a few questions for people who are still there. Maybe we can take the mic so that everybody can hear your questions.
In workers in V7 I tried, actually it was working pretty perfectly at the level of performance, but when there was a DB dump, when I was taking a DB dump, I had 6 workers running on, and let's say the DB dump was 200 MB or something, so it was having all the 6 process was having a 200 MB memory in the RAM. So was I missing any configuration, or it's normal, or have you already solved that issue in V8?
So if I understand, you mean that when you're dumping a backup of your database,
yes,
the workers are slowed down, or they use more memory?
Yeah, actually, when we are communicating with the OpenERP, it should only use the one process, okay? But I think the memory is shared between them, or they are cloned the memory or something, I don't know internally. But for taking a dump, they first store in the memory. Then they are providing back to the client for the download purpose. Okay, the file, SQL file, dump file. So they were keeping in the cache memory, and that memory was used for each and every process. The memory was the same number of amount. So it was not sharing or that thing. It was having the same redundant memory in each process.
So you talking about the Odoo processes, right?
Yeah, of course,
yes,
Odoo
okay.
processes.
There was a bug in the early beta version of version 8, where when we forked the multiprocess workers, they were sharing a lot of the memory of the master process. So if the master process has preloaded too much in memory, it will be copied in the other processes, so it will be duplicated, but not normally has been...
No, it was not preloaded. It was after initiating, it was taking a dump, so it was not preloaded.
Okay, we'll have to discuss it. I think when you show me maybe the data,
yeah,
we
sure.
can have a look at it afterwards, because
yeah.
I don't have any experience with similar issues so far, so I'm interested to look at it.
Okay, okay, thank you.
For the multiprocessing stuff with the work and so on, do you need to install Greenacorn, or it's work out of the box, or for a configuration, a standard configuration?
Sorry, I didn't.
For the multiprocess stuff, so do you need to install Greenacorn, like it was the case for?
Oh, you mean Greenacorn? Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. No, this was necessary only for version 6.1.
Yeah.
But as of 7 already, and 8 as well, it's all built in. So we have most of the features of Greenacorn are in the software in Odoo directly. So you just use the workers option, and it works out of the box.
Okay, and for the G-event stuff, do you also? I saw that it's done running with a parameter like -- G-event, but you have to run another process to make the I forgot the name because I didn't use it yet, to have all the notification and live chat.
No, it's actually also started by default when you're in worker mode. When you start OpenERP 7 and now Odoo V8, it will automatically fork a G-event process for processing the long polling requests.
Yeah.
I think in version 7 you can also start it separately with the G event command line, or I think it's OpenERP G event, so you can start it explicitly if you want the main server to be multi-threaded. But in V8, you should really also use workers. So you just start with workers, and it's going to fork the HTTP workers, one cron worker, or you can decide how many you want. There's also a parameter for that, and one G event worker. Okay. There's only one G event worker needed because it's using light threads, green threads, and it can handle an infinite amount of requests at the same time.
Okay, thanks.
Là en bas.
I have two questions. One is, if you want to normalize your performance, most optimum performance per server, what do you say, how many users can a server support? You had some specs like 32 gig and all those things, whatever number. What is a typical number of users would you recommend to put in that server?
Of course, it definitely depends on what a user is, because there are totally different typical usages for a user. It could be a user generating reports all the day, or just using it normally. But if you use it normally, you can host, let's say you have just one database for a customer, for example, then you can probably go to 200 users with no issue. We have more than that internally, and there's really no issue. But I think we are fairly average users inside the company. So I think 200 users is definitely okay. If you are going above that, you need to test it, because it will depend definitely on the kind of use they're making with the system, they're making of the system.
Okay, second question is, you showed about using a load balancer and adding additional systems and all those things. If the systems are you talking about located in the same data center or can be geographically distributed to manage both backup and load balancing activities?
The thing with the load balancer is that the way I was showing it here, the servers, they share the same database. Maybe I wasn't very explicit about that. They're sharing the same database, and actually, technically, they will also need to share the file store and the session store, where the session IDs are stored. So there's a small shared file system you need to have between all the servers on which you are load balancing. So if you want to do that in several data centers, it will be very difficult, and the performance will be not good. So it works well in the same data center where the database and the servers are in the same network segment. If you need to load balance between different data centers, you should probably have different databases or of some sort, or do it like we do it on our SaaS. We have data centers that are copies of each other and host different customers, and that works fine. And then you can have a disaster recovery procedure where you switch to a different data center if the main one is down, that's fine. But for normal operation, you want them to be on the same network segment.
Last one is on the security side. Have you addressed the security between the server, your application, and the database connectivity? Because I read some in the news group, there were some concerns about lack of security, especially in the SaaS model.
What is exactly your concern? Because the servers are pretty much secured as state of the art for Linux servers, and everything is on the same machine, but it's pretty safe. The customers are isolated from each other in the database. They're not allowed to execute arbitrary code. That's why on the SaaS platform, we don't allow installation of extra modules. Only the certified and validated modules are allowed. So they cannot really escape the sandbox on which they are running. They cannot see each other's database. So they are only allowed to access what we allow. So it's normally pretty safe. But of course, we're open. If you have any idea of anything that we could improve, we're definitely open to discuss it.
Yeah, I looked at Amazon AWS. They offer additional security for connectivity between application and the database.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Provide additional security for connectivity from the application to the database.
Okay, but of course, in our case, it's very simple because there's only one application that is allowed to connect to the database. If you have one server on the SaaS, okay? If you are using it in a data center where you want to do load balancing and to share the database with different hosts, then I guess it's just the standard Postgres security. So you can put Postgres outside of the DMZ zone if you have one, and then you can have proper security with authentication between and also encryption between the nodes, the server nodes, and the database. So it should be safe.
Same thing can be used for backing up the data in your own local servers.
So, sorry?
Can you use the same concept to back up the data, the Postgres database data, into your local server?
Into a local server? Yes, why not?
Okay.
Any other question? Okay.
If if we have an instance of Odoo in VPS, in various VPS, can we have only one add-ons folder and configure all instances of Odoo to that add-on folder?
Sorry, if you install Odoo on a VPS, you only want to have one what? I didn't catch it.
Folder of add-ons.
Oh, folder of add-ons.
Yes.
It depends on what you want to do, but yes. You mean if you have many customers?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we do on a SaaS platform. We just have one copy of the add-ons, or now it will be the Odoo repository, but it's just one. But we only have one per series. Technically on the SaaS, we do sometimes have two series in parallel, because when we are upgrading customers with new features every month, we have two series at the same time, and we migrate customers from one to the other, so they switch. And then when they're all switched, we drop the old one, and they're on the new one. But they're all running on the same server, because nothing is on the same folder, sorry, because nothing is stored in the add-ons repository, because we don't allow extra modules to be installed, so there's nothing to write in the add-ons themselves. Only thing we write on the file system is in the file store, but that is, you can choose where you put it, and it's divided in different folders for each database, so it's isolated. And the rest is just in memory,
yes,
so in the database, sorry.
How can you configure that? The path to the folders.
The file store, or you can have a look at the FAQ entry I put in the slides. Here we'll put the slide online, but if you look on the forum, help.odoo.com, you can search, there's a FAQ entry that explains how to turn on the file store, and then you have a command line parameter where you can specify where the file store is located. But by default...
Not file store, add-ons folder.
The what, sorry?
The Odoo folder for modules.
Oh, that's just the add-ons path. It's a parameter you can put in the configuration file or on the command line. It's called add-ons path, and you can pass any number of folders.
But it can be outside of VPS, the add-ons folder?
I guess if you just mount them as file systems in the VPS, there's no issue, I think.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
There, if that answers your question, we don't write there. We mostly read from there, so they don't even need to be on a fast file system. If it's mounted from an external location, we'll just read them from time to time when bootstrapping the system and so on. But we don't read often, so it should be safe to even have a slow link there.
With the upcoming of the e-commerce platform, maybe the assumption of having like few users that don't interact that much with the OpenERP platform is like not holding anymore. Did you consider some kind of indexing like Solar or Lucene to, I don't know, to maybe index the product catalog, not to hit the database that much?
We're considering it, but so far we have seen that it is mostly premature optimization, because we are serving our own database with the same configuration and with www.odoo.com, with the everything in the e-commerce served also on the same server, and we're monitoring everything. We're load testing to make sure it works, and so far we have no issue that we fear. Of course, we're considering adding caches, and it's not something very difficult to add on top of the e-commerce platform as we have it now. But nothing is decided yet for that. So probably in the future, if we start to see that bigger deployments may benefit from it, we'll definitely consider it.
Hi. Since, again, Odoo comes to CRM section, page loads also going to be more and more important for the first impressions as such. So is there any scenario how to handle static files so that they would be collected and served by engines instead of Werkzeug?
Yes, actually we're experimenting for doing that on the SaaS platform, so it should be relatively straightforward because the static files are served from the hard drive already. They are quite easy to map through Nginx, so it should be easy to configure your Nginx server config to make it serve directly static files. You just override, the static route for that. And it will work fine normally. But we're not doing it yet on the SaaS because so far it's still working well. But of course, it's an easy optimization that you can do.
Maybe you have considered something like in Django has a specific command, collect static. So it's, of course, it's a little bit easier, but still for newcomers as such, it improves basically ability to deploy a system in rather well-performing way. So have you considered adding such command by your new command list that you're putting into Odoo?
I'm not sure I caught everything. You mean, have we considered making a command that will automate part of that?
Yeah, basically in Django you have collect static command, which basically goes through all of the add-ons, looks at the static folder and basically copies that to your set folder. And instead of mapping static files, let's say for example, you might have different paths for add-ons, since you might have a few of those. And those add-ons, each of those have static files.
Okay,
so what it does, it basically goes through all of the add-ons tree and copy-pastes static files for example, JavaScript and so on. So all you have to do in Nginx is put just single folder as your static root, and that's it.
I see. Well, we haven't considered it yet because usually we face a simpler landscape where all the static files are supposed to be in the same /static folder in the subdirectory of your add-ons. So it's very easy to map them, and that saves the fact that we would have to synchronize them, because of course if you pull the latest changes and the file have changed, you have to resynchronize your static copies. So at this point it's easier to do it that way. We may think about it if you want to contribute or a script for doing that. Why not? It seems like a good idea for some cases. We're also looking into using CDN networks for speeding up the delivery of static files and serving static sources on the whole world. So we'll probably have to adapt also the way we work with static files so that it becomes easier to have an API integration with a content delivery network upstream. So those are the things we're working on at the moment.
Thank you.
Well, there's one last question there, and then you can have lunch.
I have a question about the cron is working, because you talk about the lock, and sometimes there is just a small add-ons that allow to make backup. You just install the add-ons and make a small configuration what you want to back up and put the cron backup it one a day. But for sometime for large database, the cron when the cron want to update the next schedule date, and the database didn't finish to backup, we got some transactional error, and it tried again and again. But as the command has been sent to Postgres, it still make infinite cycle of backup until you can reach sometime the size limit of your disk. But I don't know if you get this error or not for the cron that take too much time before. I don't know if I didn't get into to see how it's implemented, but does the cron, when you run the job, have a time limit before to wait for the answer, or you just wait the answer until it's finished?
Maybe we can discuss the technical details afterwards, and I can show you the implementation.
Yeah.
Because it depends a bit on how your cron job is working. But I can explain the way the cron will launch the job, wait for the completion, write based on the success or error of the job, write the next scheduled date in the database, and it's actually working with two different database connections when it does that, because there's one holding the lock on the row, and there's another one working on the job that you have set, and they are using different connections because one of them needs to be able to commit the transaction, and that would release the lock on the row, so you cannot have the same transaction. But we can discuss, and I can show you afterwards. Okay, thank you very much, and you can have lunch now. Apparently, there's plan to make a big group photo down in the parking, where in the barbecue area, right, where we have the barbecue. So if you don't mind joining everybody in the downstairs in the barbecue area for a big group photo, that would be great.
Bonjour Nicolas Declos, vous êtes Project Manager chez BHC, un partenaire de Odoo. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors il faut savoir que BHC existe depuis plus de 15 ans, on est actif dans les services en informatique. Je vais résumer ça en disant que BHC est basé sur quatre grands piliers. Donc on a vraiment la consultance et le service informatique. On a l'infrastructure on a la partie ingénierie logicielle et on va dire qu'on a un pôle transversal qui est donc le pôle Odoo dont on a besoin vraiment, on a besoin de tous les autres piliers pour soutenir ce pilier-là.
Pourquoi avez-vous choisi d'implémenter Odoo auprès des entreprises?
C'est très simple, disons qu'il y a quelques années, on a déjà fait le choix de Odoo pour notre propre utilisation. De par nos connaissances, je veux dire très facilement, on s'orientait vers un produit open source et je veux dire, à force de l'utiliser, on s'est rendu compte qu'il était très facile de l'implémenter chez nos clients.
Comment décrirez-vous Odoo en quelques mots?
En quelques mots, je veux dire, il y a beaucoup de mots qui sont possibles pour décrire Odoo, mais pour moi, les plus importants, je veux dire, c'est la facilité d'utilisation pour le client final, c'est la flexibilité, donc c'est-à-dire qu'on peut avoir un outil qui est à la fois facile en sortie de boîte, je vais dire comme ça, mais en même temps qu'on peut personnaliser à l'extrême. Et pour moi, je veux dire, c'est les deux choses qui sont vraiment importantes.
Avez-vous un cas concret que vous pouvez partager auprès du public?
Oui, tout à fait. Donc, par exemple, je vais citer un client qui est actif près de chez nous. Donc, c'est une société de Facility Services. Donc, ils ont, on va dire, plus ou moins 80 personnes qui sont sur le terrain en permanence. Et grâce à l'application mobile qu'on a pu développer, en fait, il y a un lien direct avec leur serveur Odoo qui permet de savoir en temps réel où sont les différentes personnes sur le terrain et de générer donc automatiquement la facturation sur base des timesheets.
Très bien, merci. Et maintenant, à propos de l'événement, les Opendays, comment trouvez-vous l'événement? Est-ce que vous avez trouvé les sessions intéressantes?
Personnellement, je suis très satisfait de l'événement cette année, parce que moi je fais les Opendays à l'époque depuis quelques années maintenant, et je suis assez heureux de voir l'évolution que Odoo maintenant prend, vraiment un bel essor, et je trouve que c'est très agréable de revenir ici, de rencontrer les mêmes personnes, et que de nouvelles personnes viennent se joindre à nous.
Merci.
Voilà, merci aussi.
Good morning, Matteo Boscolo. You are the co-founder of Omnia Solutions, an Odoo partner. Tell me more about your company.
Okay, my company is an Italian company. We've been OpenAP partner, now Odoo partner since 2010, and we provide services in PLM field and manufacturing fields. And our idea is to make a PLM module to sell it and to grow with this model. But once we start, we see that we know the power of Odoo, and we start to develop full customized application and implementation of OpenAP.
To better understand, can you explain what PLM means?
Okay, PLM is a product lifecycle management system that allows you to connect the OpenAP with the CAD platform. So once you draw something in the CAD application, you're able to fit all the data that you use inside the OpenAP. So you have one whole system that is able to manage your company, from the engineering department to production and wherever.
Why did you choose Odoo as an implementer?
Yes, because we saw the power of Python. That is a language that allows you to do very, very nice stuff. And the easiest, it's very, very easy to do modules and customize stuff for customers. So it allows you to solve any problem that you have.
What are the keywords to describe Odoo?
Easy, fast, and beautiful.
And why you're recommending Odoo to businesses?
Because it's a product that have a future for our point of view, and it grows very, very fast and allows you to solve immediately your problems.
Do you have a concrete project to better understand what is your services?
Okay, our best project is our PLM, and we invest a lot of money and time to build it. So we did it because we think that with Odoo we can make a better business.
Now about the Opendays, how do you find this year?
This year we went in the last event, so we saw a continuing growth and more people that comes, and even it's very nice to be here to meet new peoples and establish relationships. So it's something very, very important for for a company like mine that needs to grow, needs to meet people and things, new things, to see new things.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Joe Lorenz. You are the CEO at ITAS in Germany. You are a new partner of Odoo. Tell me more about your company and about you.
Yes, thanks very much for having me here for that interview. It's right, we are a new partner for Odoo, but we are really thrilled to be here at that event. It's marvelous to see all those great people, the enthusiasm, all that mood and manner. It is really mind-boggling for us. It's a great event.
And how long does your company work for Odoo?
We are in the IT business since more than 15 years already. We are a pretty fresh Odoo partner, I have to admit, but we are a senior partner when it comes to business software implementations. We do that for 15 years now, in particular in the area of portals, e-commerce, and all kind of back-end systems. We did a lot of implementations there. And now we found that it is really worthwhile having a new, fresh system, a great look, and in particular also a new great platform and all those great people.
You said that Odoo is a fresh system. Why choosing Odoo to implement in other companies? Why choosing Odoo?
I see a couple of advantages actually. Today, on the one hand side, what I see is a big chunk of innovation coming from that system year on. So there's a lot of new things which are really demanded by the marketplace. So we see that the fit for the customers is the best right now. And the other thing is that I also see a strong trend towards openness. Your open platform, which Odoo is based on, regardless whether it's the system of the operating system or the system itself, is something that people admire because then they know what they have. They can look inside if they need to, and we are kind of not getting sold for something which we do not know what is in the box.
Why would you recommend OpenERP to end customers?
Because I see a couple of advantages for their particular businesses. If you are a small business owner, you have the particular modules that you can run out of the box. You have the SaaS offering on the one hand side. If you are a mid-sized company where you have some customizations, you can do that. You have partner network, which is really set up and can really deliver on those kind of promises. And it's a strong community, so it's really a value add for the customer to see what's evangelizing here. And on the other hand, you see the biggies in the marketplace, they are not any longer moving. I think they are getting kind of a little bit fed up, and that is not paying off for the customer. The customer wants to get really innovative tendencies, and that's getting with Odoo.
I know that you are German. Maybe you can answer the next question in German. Where are you located in Germany?
Wir stammen aus der Nähe von München, östlich vom Münchner Flughafen sind wir angesiedelt und wir machen jetzt den nächsten wichtigen Schritt in Richtung Partnerschaft mit Odoo. Wir sind Silberpartner, möchten gern auch weiterhin noch weiter im Partner-Ranking steigen und freuen uns unheimlich drauf, mit all den Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten.
Thank you for your answers. Good morning, Carol. You're a managing partner at Dynapse. Tell me more about your company and about yourself.
Yeah. So good morning, also Yves, Pascal. My name is Catalan from Dynapse. I'm managing partner of Dynapse. We started about 3 years ago with the implementing of OpenERP. Before that, we implemented the Oracle ERP systems in a lot of companies. But at a certain moment, we could not work very well in the PMEs, in the small business companies with Oracle ERP because it was too expensive and not dynamic and efficient enough. So we did a market study, and out of that market study, OpenERP came as a very good system for the PMEs or small companies.
Except the fact OpenERP is affordable for small companies, why would you recommend OpenERP for end customers?
We recommend OpenERP for smaller companies because it's flexible. It's of course less investment to do because it's open source, and users are very quickly can very quickly work with OpenERP because it's very intuitive to work with.
Do you have a key business case you are glad to share with the people?
Yes, one of our, we have more key business cases, but one of them is of course the integration of Jira with OpenERP for doing the project accounting management of companies who are developing software or doing engineering projects. On the other hand, we have also an implementation with OpenERP for the wholesale companies, for electricity companies, audio selling, things like that. That's also a solution based on OpenERP.
Okay. And about the Opendays, how do you find the new place? Because I think you were there last year and it was not the same. And
we were also last year, not here but in Brussels. I think Odoo did a major improvement to come over here with also a very good setting, I think, with the colors, commercial stuff of Odoo. It's a lot better than next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Karel.
Okay.
Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You are the managing director at Axon.
Yes.
Tell me more about your company.
Okay. So our company was established in 1989 with the aim of developing bespoke applications based on open standards and XML, or the previous standard of XML, SGML, at the very beginning. And we were acquired by Software AG in 1999, and we kept on developing projects for large organizations till 2011, and then we decided to create again our company Axon in June 2011, thanks to a managing buyout. And at that moment we decided to go to Odoo for our own purposes, meaning project management, accounting, CRM. And this was the beginning of the story with Odoo.
And why choosing Odoo at the first time?
Yes, at that time we had a look on the market, and we found software like Salesforce.com or OpenAir, so expensive American products. So since our DNA is open standard, open source, we look after, let's say, a software that can, let's say, manage our project and so on. And we came to Odoo, and then we succeeded to convince our accountant to go from Sage to Odoo as well. And this was really the beginning of the story. And since the platform is very well done, flexible and so on, we decided to have Odoo as a platform to develop business applications for our customers. And we start actually a real business with Odoo, and currently we have a competency center with more than 10 people making projects for different kinds of customers with Odoo.
Do you have a business case that you are proud of and you can share with all the people?
Oh yes, we have several.
Just one.
Several. First, our own business case, I can say. So we succeeded to implement Odoo in about 6 months to manage the whole company. We have a company based in 2 countries, Luxembourg and Belgium, and we have consolidated accounts, 50 people, and we managed to implement the accounting, the CRM, the project management, and part of HR management as well in less than 6 months. Then we are currently working for the European Parliament, and we put in place CRM, a global CRM project, so that the Parliament can manage all the mass mailing, the contact management, and so on. So we are very proud of it as well. It should be finished at the end of the month. And maybe I can just mention 2 other ones. The first is for the Belgian Green Party, Ecolo, where we manage all the mandates, the member, the state structure, the CRM and so on. This is one. And the other one is from the retail sector for the how do you say that, online supermarket in a drive type of market. And this is for the Wink shops. It's an initiative from Deleuze and Match Group. And we succeeded in less than 9 months from scratch with the Odoo and other open source software to have the first shop online in less than 9 months, which was a real challenge.
Now about the Open Days. Last year you were already there during the Open Days?
Yes.
How do you find the new place, the new venue and the new organization?
Oh, well, I find it very exciting. I mean, I'm not sure it's very interesting for leads and opportunities. I'm not sure. But it's very interesting to meet people like you, to meet people from Odoo. You know, our competency center, they are in contact on a day-to-day basis with all people from Odoo, but they haven't touched them or they haven't seen their face. And this is very important for them as well. So a lot of training activities, a lot of let's say events, fun, and it's very exciting. And we are very proud to be there, and we love to be there.
And what about the presentation, the session? Did you have the chance to attend one of these?
Yes, well, the session of this morning, of course, I mean, Fabien is an excellent lecturer, and Xavier as well. So it was very a good show. I mean, and you know, a lot of ambiance, atmosphere. It was very good. From a technical point of view, I think that Anthony is a real I don't know what it's a real king, if you wish. Now, to be honest, having installed during the plenary session, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not a technician guy, so. So this was very good, and the talks of this afternoon very good as well, about different use cases, about the e-commerce platform, very interesting one. So yes, good quality.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Nick.
Good
you
morning.
are director at Raccoon.
Yes.
What's your company provide to customers?
Well, we provide VPSs with Odoo pre-installed on it, and that means not only installed but pre-configured as well. Optimized for Odoo, for the speed of Odoo, and to get everything very stable running. And we want to focus on the managed service on top of it. So a VPS is a virtual private server, and it allows you to host OpenERP, Odoo, on just a SaaS platform.
Good morning, Rob. You are a consultant at Raccoon. Tell me more about your company.
Raccoon is a VPS provider. We deliver OpenERP Odoo pre-installed and optimized with our team that has experience since 2008 with OpenERP. We really know how to install Odoo in the most optimal way to perform at maximum speed.
Okay. And you talked about a VPS in your answer?
Yes. VPS is a virtual private server. It's a box dedicated to the customer, and the customer is in charge of the VPS.
So you are specialized in VPS providing?
Yes, we provide VPS, but especially optimized for OpenERP Odoo.
And why selecting your company for VPS provider than another company?
Our company has strong experience since several years, since 2008, with installing OpenERP. We already did more than 1,000 installations with OpenERP. We really know how to install this OpenERP Odoo systems. On top, our team is doing their best every day to optimize the installation procedures. We have checklists in place to really make sure that every installation is running the best it can.
You talked a lot about optimized VPS. What does that mean?
Yeah, optimized is a way of installation and selecting the operating system. Let's say tweaking the operating system and make sure that everything is in place, what needs to be in place to have the Odoo installation up and running.
And what is included in the managed services?
With managed service, we monitor your systems. We install updates on the OS layer. We make sure that the system is patched so that security patches are in place. There is an extended support available, and of course the backup regime is more extended than the unmanaged systems.
Okay, now I will ask Nick, who is the director at Raccoon. I know that Raccoon is part of a big network.
Correct.
Can you tell me more about that?
Everything. I can tell you that Raccoon is part indeed of the Genius group of network, and within Genius we have several services where Odoo is one of them. And in Raccoon it's just a brand which was founded organically from within the organization, and it allows us to have so many pluses. We can take the experience of the Odoo team, which is continuously developing, and that allows us to make such a better experience for our customers in Raccoon as well.
Why did you choose OpenERP in the first place?
Oh, that goes back to 2008.
Odoo now Odoo, but...
Well, in this case Odoo, we have chosen it in 2008 in the name of Tiny ERP version 4 even. But it was just a great tool, and we saw the visionary of the CEO Fabien, and we still believe that the visionary is good, and that this software is the way to go.
And now I have a few questions about the event itself.
Of course.
So,
yes.
How do you find the event this year, the Opendays?
It's very vibrant, and vibrant is the best word. It's called Opendays. I feel all the people are very open. And like I said, it's vibrant, everybody is enthusiastic, and well, an event doesn't need to be more. And there is good food, by the way.
And what about the sessions?
Well, because I have been attending on the exhibition, I have not found so many time to attend these sessions. But I know the people that are around here, and I expect that the level will be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Luc. You are the founder of Noviat, a partner of Odoo. Can you tell me more about your company, Noviat?
Noviat is a company we founded in the meanwhile 4 years ago. We founded it with a project to bring affordable and flexible business solutions to the local, smaller and medium-sized businesses. In the meanwhile, for this actually we have been looking and evaluating the market on affordable and flexible solutions. We came actually to at that point in time OpenERP, which we found like from a technical standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint the best solution which was actually meeting our requirements. So we saw that with that solution we could for the first time bring ERP to the smaller companies, but also tailor it exactly to the flexibility the smaller companies needed. This being said, in the meanwhile, and even from the beginning, once we really saw what's under the covers of this technology, we managed to implement it in larger companies also. And although we started with the idea of smaller and medium-sized companies, one of the first projects we did was an implementation for Thomas Cook, who is then actually an international company. So what we now see is that OpenERP or now Odoo is actually a solution which is very flexible, which is very modular, and it scales from small companies up to very complex large enterprises.
Okay. So you recommend OpenERP to end customers to use it because it's very flexible and it's very affordable. And what other keywords would describe OpenERP?
Well, you just said it. It's very flexible. It's very affordable in some cases. I'm not going to say it's always affordable, but it's especially very flexible.
And except Thomas Cook, do you have another business case that you are proud of it and that you want to share with us?
Well, we are proud of all the implementations we've done. I think one of the cases which is probably very nice is we actually did an implementation for a company called Alpinter. They are in the business of human relief supplies. What is this? Whenever there is a war or catastrophe somewhere in the world, let's say that whenever the war started in Syria, then all of a sudden they have to make these refugee camps. And so they have, in record time, they must put in place a truck, or I would say like tens, hundreds of trucks with all equipment in order to put in place kitchens, shelters, beds in order for the people, refugees to live from. For this they needed a solution where they can actually tailor it to their specific demands, which are very difficult. They're operating all over the world. They have production plants in Bangladesh, in Pakistan. They buy their equipment in China. They have stock locations in all continents. And the business demand is unforeseeable. They just don't know when a catastrophe will happen, so they have to be able to act very fast. So this has been a very nice implementation, which was possible in record time with a solution like Odoo because it was so flexible. We could really adapt and tailor the solution to their specific packaging requirements, to all the legal documents, the shipping documents we needed, to their specific business operation, which is an operation where in record time they have to do incredible things.
Why businesses should select Noviat to implement Odoo and not another company?
Well, that's very difficult because there are many companies and many good companies who can implement Odoo successfully. So I'm just going to say why we believe we're good for it is what do we do? First of all, we believe completely in the power of open source, where a community of people develop and make sure that the solution gets adapted and remains adapted to the local market. So why should they choose for us? First of all, because we actually contribute into the ecosystem of OpenERP. We contribute in the continuous improvement of the tool. On the other hand, we are not, me and my co-founder, we are not very young anymore. So together we have about 70 years of IT experience, and we have actually many more very experienced consultants. So we take the combination of senior IT experts who have been actually doing IT projects, small ones and large ones, and development projects for many, many years, and we combine it with new technology, very flexible technology, delivered by Odoo as a company. So I think that's a reason to choose us. It's our passion for the technology, our experience to bring it, our contribution to the ecosystem, which means that we stay on top of the technology, and the combination of new great technology by Odoo with the experienced integrator makes sure that we deliver our projects in a correct way, and I would say if it's the right project in an affordable way. And this is not always the case, but then we tell it to a customer because Odoo doesn't fit any type of business. Sometimes what's available from Odoo and what the customer wants is just too far away, and then we tell them, well, go and buy a package on the market. So this is also the advice we give. We not always advise for Odoo.
Now about the Opendays, what do you think about the new way we have organized the events?
I don't see, I follow the Opendays from the beginning, I don't see a fundamental difference because we still have all the business tracks, the technical tracks, the functional tracks, the plenary meetings, and it's still the same way to meet customers, but also, which is very important, to meet people from OpenERP and to meet integrators all over the world, which we tend to know from name because we contribute in the same community developments. So it's great to meet them. So I don't see a major difference from my perspective.
In terms of maybe the venue, the arrangement, and the exhibitors hall and things like that, it's not a real change from last year, for instance?
Well, it's bigger. It's bigger. I would say the difference between our first Open Days, where we were in Grand Rogier with maybe 100 persons from over the world, and now with 2,000, so it's primarily the scale of the event. The difference also is in the beginning we had little customers, only integrators. Now we see a combination of customers and integrators, so the scale is different. The exhibition hall was there last year, but with less exhibitors, so it's, I just say it's a growth, and it just shows the success of Odoo.
Okay, thank you. Bonjour Nicolas Rigaud, vous êtes cofondateur d'Easy IT et Gold partenaire de Odoo.
Oui, tout à fait.
Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors on a fondé Easy IT avec mon cofondateur Anthony Bruget il y a 4 ans d'ici. L'idée était de monter un business pour aider les compagnies à croître de manière efficace avec un logiciel de gestion. Et donc voilà, on était issus tous les deux du domaine de l'informatique et on s'était d'abord dit qu'on allait développer notre propre framework en fait. Et à cette époque-là, donc, on a rencontré OpenERP qui était en version 5, si je ne dis pas de bêtises, et on a démarré l'aventure avec eux. Et aujourd'hui, quelques années plus tard, bien, on se rend compte qu'on a fait le bon choix.
Et pourquoi avoir choisi OpenERP donc, précédemment pour implémenter au sein des entreprises?
Alors, comme je le disais, dans un premier temps, on s'était dit qu'on allait créer notre propre framework. Après, on a fait un petit tour du marché et là, on a rencontré notamment OpenERP. On voulait une solution open source déjà. Après OpenERP, bon, on s'est rendu compte que c'était des Belges. Donc, si on pouvait travailler belgo-belge, c'était un avantage. Au niveau technologique, le framework était suffisamment ouvert que pour permettre une customisation pour une majorité de petites et moyennes entreprises. Et alors, au niveau ergonomique, c'était déjà assez puissant à l'époque, malgré que c'était de la version 5. Et on a tenté un premier prototype avec ce qu'on appelait à l'époque un client zéro. Ça a été un grand succès. Et donc, on s'est dit, continuons dans cette voie-là avec OpenERP.
Et votre expérience de partenaire de Odoo maintenant, donc OpenERP oui. Anciennement, votre expérience avec Odoo en tant que partenaire, comment vous la décrirez?
C'est une super expérience parce que... Voilà, comme je le disais, on a démarré il y a 5 ans d'ici avec un premier client, puis un deuxième est arrivé, puis 5, puis 10, on a engagé du personnel. Bon, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que contrairement probablement à une bonne partie des autres partenaires, nous avons créé Easy IT pour travailler spécifiquement avec OpenERP. Donc c'est notre cœur de métier, on ne fait rien d'autre. Et donc l'expérience est hyper positive. Aujourd'hui, voilà, on est Gold Partner, on a des petits clients, on a des moyens clients, et on a des gros clients, des grands comptes avec 2, 3, 400 utilisateurs au quotidien. Donc,
Justement, à propos de clients, avez-vous un client, un cas précis que vous prendrez comme étendard pour partager auprès des personnes que vous rencontrez?
Ça dépend un petit peu les prospects qu'on rencontre, hein, parce que comme je le dis, on ne va pas parler de grands comptes quand on rencontre un petit prospect et vice-versa. Par contre, un cas pris au hasard, qui est aussi une petite anecdote, on a développé un projet dans un milieu un peu hostile, puisqu'on a développé un projet au Mali. Or le Mali, c'est pas toujours super tranquille. Et la petite anecdote, c'est que dans les gens, une partie du personnel qui doit utiliser l'application ne sait ni lire ni écrire. Donc on a dû mettre en place dans le processus un mécanisme qui permettait de faire face à ce problème qui est quand même assez majeur hein, quand on utilise un OpenERP au quotidien. Ce qui prouve effectivement la capacité d'adaptation de l'outil et son ergonomie. Voilà.
Très bien. Et maintenant par rapport aux Opendays de cette année, comment trouvez-vous l'ambiance et les sessions et par rapport aux années précédentes justement depuis que vous êtes partenaire?
Moi c'est la deuxième année que je viens. L'année dernière c'était donc à Bruxelles. Cette année-ci, c'est encore un niveau de qualité supérieur, je dirais. Alors nous, notre bâtiment est situé sur l'Axis Park de Mont-Saint-Guibert, donc on est à un jet de pierre d'ici, donc ça c'est génial. L'organisation est bien mieux, il y a plus de personnes. Je vois que le rebranding a bien eu lieu, puisque tous les roll-ups sont super. Et voilà, moi j'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer 2-3 clients, quelques prospects, donc ça se passe relativement bien.
Ouais, merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie.
Bonjour Bernadette Pack, vous êtes fondatrice et directrice de la société Company Writers. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors, Company Writers, c'est une société de communication écrite pour les entreprises. Elle rassemble des écrivains d'entreprises qui sont capables de décliner des messages en différentes langues, sur différents supports. C'est du copywriting, c'est de la traduction, de la correction, aussi de la consultance en communication.
Votre société utilise Odoo. Quels étaient les besoins à la base de cette utilisation?
Il y a 2 ans, Company Writers n'avait aucune systématisation dans l'approche client, dans l'approche facturation, etc. Donc nous avons beaucoup réfléchi à la façon dont utiliser un système qui nous semblait également évolutif comme le vôtre pour répondre à nos besoins spécifiques en termes de gestion de prospects et de clients, en termes d'équipe, en termes de langue, de langue d'interface des différentes personnes qui travaillent pour nous et en termes également de facturation. Donc maintenant nous savons de A à Z tout ce qui peut se faire dans Company Writers. Tout est donc maintenant systématisé et c'est réellement un grand bonheur parce que cette systématisation nous permet d'aller beaucoup plus vite, de savoir où on est, de piloter maintenant une entreprise pour la faire évoluer de façon stratégique.
Et si vous devez décrire Odoo en 3 mots, ce seraient lesquels?
Accueil, agilité et oui, tout est possible.
Merci. Xavier Pensard, you are the Chief Sales Officer at Odoo. Tell me more about your mission.
Alors, at Odoo, I'm responsible for anything related to sales operation and international business developments. It includes pricing, change management, install base, renewal team, anything related to sales operation, I have to say.
What are the next steps for Odoo sales activities?
First of all, as I said this morning, we would like to empower our sales team. So we have for the moment 4 sales teams: partnership recruitment, channel team, indirect sales. We have a direct sales team for SMEs and the renewal team which take care about the install base. We need to empower that. That's first step. The second step is to continue our international development by opening a new sales office in New York and continue to push operation in San Francisco, in Hong Kong, in Asia.
First of all, you talked about your different teams. What are their objectives?
Teams?
Of the teams.
First of all, for the complete flow, we have 4 axes. Partnership recruitment, their responsibility to recruit partners on a daily basis. We have a trend of recruiting 20 new partners globally a month. Those guys, as soon as they close the partnership contract, it's passing to the account manager. The account manager are part from the channel team, indirect sales team. They need to activate, motivate, train and sell through the partners. The third team is direct sales team. They are selling out-of-the-box solutions to SMEs. And there you have a TCO between 5K and 10K average. In that team, we are delivering unlimited support in terms of functional supports, helping the clients to be live quickly. Okay. And we have the renewal team. It's a brand new team launched January 1st to take care about the install base.
How do sales business impact the partners?
First of all, has any change, they need to process the change internally. They need to think how to sell better. It's what we try to explain during this event. And the way we see things is that now they need to start small and expand with the clients. Some of them are getting used to sell big bang solutions, which is a threat for the business and a threat for the clients. So they need now to train them to be sure that they understand the new business model and the way they need to sell. Selling 3 or 2 apps from scratch and have to expand with the clients.
Why businesses should select Odoo to run their business?
Simple, it's affordable, it's easy to use, and it's exactly answering a struggle the clients have today, is that there are many providers with expensive solutions, and here we have solutions which fitting exactly the needs and the requirements of the clients they want.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Alexandre Van der Merch, you are the Chief Marketing Officer at Odoo. Tell me more about your missions.
Well, the mission of Odoo is to make companies a better place, one app at a time. It's very simple. We want not only the companies to work better, but we want them to be better, with better user experience, better processes, and of course more growth.
What are the next steps for Odoo marketing activities?
The next immediate step is going to rest a little, as we had the biggest Opendays ever, and as you know, it's been a tremendous experience and a lot of hard work done by the whole team. And obviously, given the success we had in terms of people coming out to us asking questions, being excited about the opportunities ahead. We'll take a few weeks to just take stock of all of that and make sure we use that as a foundation for the future.
What is the strategy for the months to come?
There are 4 points that we are going to focus on in the next few months. The first one is basically content marketing. So we need to beef up our content to have solid white paper, solid functional documentation, more blogging about what we do and how we do it. We want to provide great content, great quality content to make sure that the people that need that content can find it easily and get educated about what we do. The second point is basically going to be about user experience. We know that when a user loves something, he will be ready to invest anything into it. It will be the advocate of the tool in its company. So user experience comes first. You first convince a user now before you get a client. And that's going to be a key focus to make sure the user gets on board and they immediately fall in love with the product. That's the second priority. A third priority is going to be about lead acquisition and make sure that we have, of course, a lot of leads in the pipelines, not only for Odoo as a company, but mostly actually for partners who are keen to get fresh leads. They don't necessarily have the marketing department in-house to create new opportunities for them. And the fourth priority is going to be create marketing materials, collaterals, and support events to make sure that our partners have the adequate support they need to grow their company.
Why companies should select Odoo to run their businesses?
There are a lot of reasons why, of course, they should select. I think one of the key reasons is peace of mind. Peace of mind for two reasons. One is that because the solution is future-proof, anything that happened to anyone, Odoo is stronger than the company that created it. It's run by a community of 2,000 developers plus 200 in-house developers. The company itself is growing at a very high rate, so there's a high success. So nothing really can happen to the company, and the software will continue to evolve a lot in the coming years. So you have the peace of mind because it will continue to grow with the company and evolve, and you have the peace of mind as well because even if you start with one application, if you need an next round, you don't have to worry about integrating something, cutting in pieces, getting files out and files in. Everything is integrated seamlessly from the website to the e-commerce, the CRM, down to the manufacturing, warehousing, and accounting. So anything you add will be automatically fully integrated. So you have as well peace of mind about upgrading Odoo apps, and that's critical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour Guy Christians, vous êtes manager chez Alpinter. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors Opendays est une société qui est active dans le milieu humanitaire. On est fabricant et revendeur, et vendeur bien sûr, de ces produits dans l'ensemble du monde des ONG, donc des organisations non gouvernementales. Et la société est belge, je pense la seule européenne à être spécialisée dans ce domaine. Et nous produisons surtout du matériel non médical et non-food, comme des tentes, comme des bâches, des jerrycans, ce qu'on appelle des kitchen sets en anglais, et d'autres produits comme des kits hygiène que nous livrons sur site aux ONG, malheureusement là où il y a des événements comme des guerres ou bien des crises climatiques comme il y a eu dernièrement en Haïti.
Vous utilisez Odoo dans votre société. Pour quels bénéfices utilisez-vous Odoo?
Alors on a démarré avec Odoo depuis 2 ans, surtout dans le but de développer nos activités dans l'international. Donc on avait des besoins d'être présents avec notre stock et tous nos produits dans des pays comme l'Afrique centrale, bien sûr là où se trouvent les ONG pour des raisons logistiques en Arabie Saoudite, à Dubaï entre autres, et également être présent en Asie pour faire l'achat de nos matières premières. Et donc on a recherché un produit qui était installable au niveau international, qui était multi-device, qui était multi-warehouse, et après une sélection assez poussée, notre choix s'est posé sur Odoo.
J'ai bien compris que vous utilisez le warehouse management, mais quelle autre application d'Odoo utilisez-vous?
La partie fiscale, bien sûr, la partie comptable qui est nécessaire dans chaque pays, mais également toute la gestion commerciale, toute la gestion des achats, et l'ensemble des activités fonctionnelles qui gravitent autour des achats, des ventes et de la gestion des stocks.
Après avoir utilisé Odoo, recommanderiez-vous Odoo aux autres entreprises?
Je pense qu'après 2 ans, c'est un succès. On a mis le point sur surtout la stabilité du produit et le côté convivial. L'implémentation dans les divers pays s'est fait très aisément, très rapidement. Et je pense qu'aisément, dans ce type d'activité du moins que nous faisons, on peut conseiller à d'autres personnes de choisir ce produit.
J'ai cru comprendre qu'au début, avant l'installation, vous avez quelques réticences à utiliser le produit.
Effectivement, j'étais pas très chaud pour un open source. Je viens d'un milieu d'informatique classique dans lequel on avait l'habitude de payer ses licences, ses contrats de maintenance et ses contrats de service. Et je n'étais pas très, j'étais un peu sceptique. Mais après les phases de test et d'implémentation, je pense que maintenant je suis un bon partenaire des open source sans problème. J'ai évolué.
Merci.
Je vous en prie.
Ok.
Bonjour Jean-Luc, vous êtes
Bonjour.
Practice Manager Odoo chez Odaxis, un partenaire d'Odoo. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Odaxis est une société belge, basée près de Bruxelles essentiellement, mais nous avons des filiales au Luxembourg et en France, ainsi qu'en Afrique du Nord. Alors Odaxis, en fait, c'est une société qui délivre des services sous 3 grands axes. Le premier axe, c'est l'ERP, avec essentiellement 2 produits, dont Odoo. Un deuxième axe qui est la business intelligence, donc tout ce qui est business intelligence. Et un troisième axe qui est tous les développements web. Les actionnaires d'Odaxis sont essentiellement des anciens consultants fonctionnels qui ont commencé leur carrière dans les années 90 et qui aujourd'hui, depuis plus de 10 ans, se sont tournés vers le monde de l'open source.
Et pourquoi avez-vous choisi Odoo pour les entreprises, pour implémenter auprès des entreprises?
Alors d'abord, nous avons sélectionné Odoo au sein d'Odaxis au moment où on a trouvé que la maturité du produit nous permettait de le délivrer et de le proposer à nos clients. Ce moment a été pour nous établi il y a environ 4 ans. Et depuis 4 ans, nous avons bâti une équipe autour d'Odoo avec aujourd'hui plus d'une dizaine de personnes sur le sujet.
Et quels sont les mots-clés pour décrire Odoo?
Alors aujourd'hui, Odoo, finalement, c'est pour moi une société qui fait du buzz. Alors elle le fait intelligemment sur plusieurs axes, entre autres sur le fait de la nouveauté, puisqu'on sent vraiment qu'il y a une forte activité, que ce soit en interne au niveau de la société Odoo ou au niveau du réseau de partenaires qui est vraiment productif et intéressant de par les différentes compétences que l'on peut trouver au niveau des partenaires.
Et quelles sont les raisons pour lesquelles vous recommanderiez Odoo auprès des entreprises?
Alors Odoo,
this. Good afternoon. So my name is Racinet, and I'm speaking today about an assembly system. It's a very generic and powerful tool. It's called zc.buildout, and I am, let's say, the main developer of the adaptation to OpenERP, and I'll try to show you how powerful and easy to use and tailored for the integrators' concrete need it is. So this project, it started about 3 years ago when my business partner, Christophe, decided to do the first version of it, and it was first for OpenERP 6. It's a standard Python package. You can find it on PyPy. And you can find a very nice documentation that I'm very proud of on either our general documentation website or just on Python hosted. We are very glad now, after maybe 1 or 2 years of being a bit alone on this, to have a very active community, which is growing and which I hope will get new members after these Odoo days. We have a good quality policy with unit tests, 2 kinds of integration tests, static analysis, and terrible dictator, that's me. And we also have a page for contributors. Okay, that being said, what am I talking about? So, actually, the audience today is a bit mixed. There are many people who know very much about this stuff and maybe would be interested in more advanced features, but I suppose that there are also people that don't know anything about it. So I decided to split it in 3 parts. The first one is just general motivation. I'm trying to explain what were the problems we had to solve. Some of them were a bit ahead of us because we had prior experiences with other systems, so ZOP application servers, things like that, or even some stuff in Java world with Maven and the like. Well, okay, so then, okay, the first part is explaining what I'm going to talk about and what the solution is supposed to be good at. The second part is a quick tour of what Buildout brings to the table with, I hope, a few demos. And the third part will be about more advanced features that are perhaps more recent than the other ones, that maybe need a bit more advertisement, and that we have been using at Anybox for our own needs, of course, almost from the ground up. Everything okay? Can you hear me? I hope it won't be too small. I have some lengthy configuration files sometimes. I forgot to stress, you can also find the source code for this presentation on the GitHub repository. So just look for the index.rst file, and then you can, I mean, I'm short-sighted, so I know how bad this can be. So, let's start with the challenges we wanted to satisfy. So it's a typical developer's integrator problem. We have several versions of the upstream core. And then, of course, we will make our own specific modules. But we don't like to reinvent the wheel, and we promote good practices, so we don't want to copy-paste them, of course, so we want to reuse other people's code. And perhaps we want to reuse our own code from one project to the other. So we have the need to work on a given project with perhaps many specific modules, community add-ons from the OpenERP or Odoo community add-ons projects, of course, our own mutualized modules such as Anybox download package, that's Afero GPL enforcement basically, and the final customer module, of course. But sometimes we also need external Python libraries, such as interconnection with other systems. PrestaPit is the PrestaShop API. SoapPy, well, I would love SOAP to be dead, but in the enterprise it is not. And whatever you can imagine. That's why I left it blank, of course, didn't forget. So, and even more than that, we can have some tricks to play with the dependencies that come standard with OpenERP, such as LXML. Sometimes a new version can break behavior and we have to fix it very quickly for our customer. Or PsychoPG2, the database adapter. That could be for bug fix or to use some recent features. For instance, if you want to use the native JSON support in Postgres, which appeared in PostgreSQL 9.2, well, you need PsychoPG2 version 2.5, which your system perhaps does not provide. If you're on a long-term service distribution, can happen. And sometimes, you know, what we call an application is something with different parts, really different parts. No, one is OpenERP or Odoo, depending on the version, and the other one has nothing to do with it. It could be a Django app. We had to do that once. It could be something that's not from Python. It could be some interesting tool that you need to prepare some data before importing them, whatever. So how do we deal with that? And we need to, well, I'll get back to the teamwork aspects after. We need also to fiddle with lots of configuration, because all this stack, you mean, you have the base system, then OpenERP or Odoo, then modules, then something else. Well, they all come with flexibility through configuration. But in a typical project, you want to fix some of those parameters. It means that you have to distinguish several kinds of configuration. There is configuration which is config to your upstream, but not to you. There is a config that's config to me because I'm working on the tools, but not to the developer of a specific project. Therefore, I need to be able to split configuration into separate files. As I always say in a bit provocative manner, configuration doesn't exist. It's just a relative concept. You're always the configuration for someone. It's like being the applicative layer. What does it mean? It's just a relative concept. All right. So I need to do all of that, and then I need to control versions of all my dependencies. I need reliable reproduction because we are working as a team, because we have quality staging servers, we have some grim clients who want us to deploy exactly what we had before. And we want uniformity across our projects because we want to capitalize, of course, on the tools, and we want the developers to work on the functionalities, the features that the client needs, and not on assembling several modules. So we need help on that. And we'd love to have also uniformity across OpenERP versions, because that's so much simpler for the automatic deployment tools or continuous integration. I mean, bots running tests and all the like, they really love to have just one command to launch with as few arguments as possible. So I'm explaining all of this because I've heard no reactions sometimes a few years or a month ago saying, well, okay, I don't need a tool to manage all of that because, you know, I have this shell script I wrote. But even like that, just figure out, You'll see examples. I know this is abstract right now. I'll show you examples of configurations we have which make it obvious that we really need a tool to manage that, okay? Just imagine how much time one can waste bringing a new developer on a project. I've heard stories that some people, they needed 1 day to bootstrap a new developer. If you have such kind of tools, you can do that in, I don't know, half an hour maybe. Depends on the seniority of the developer. And there's something even more important, that's punctual help. Sometimes the developer has a problem with some intermediate package, a bug maybe or something, and he asks for my help because I'm supposed to be the most senior developer around. And what does he do? I mean, we are even working remotely. Well, it just pastes the URL of a config file to me, and then I run Buildout, and I can reproduce the problem. And I don't waste time with versions or whatever, because I can reproduce exactly the same version. I can ask, actually, the developer to freeze the stuff for me, so that I don't waste time reproducing the stuff. Okay, many use cases. Okay, then test, staging, production, and bug reproduction. Okay, all of this I said already. Well, maybe if there's one question or two at most at this stage. No? Pretty clear? Okay. It's easy to talk to people who are very convinced. So now I'll start a quick tour of what Buildout is, because I'm speaking of it since the beginning of the presentation, and I'm saying it's the best thing since sliced bread. But I didn't explain at all what it is. So, actually, it's a modular system. The formal name is zc.buildout. The zc is because it comes from the Zope world, which had pretty much all that kind of problems. So they have to solve all these problems, and they started to build a generic tool exactly for that, and especially for precise version reproducibility. I think it started in 2005 or 6 or something, and it was written by the Grandmaster, the Pope, so to say, of Zope, namely Jim Fulton. And so it seems to be fit for the task. It's a tool that many Python developers know. Okay, it's very mature, lots of features. And it works with a system of extensions which change the global behavior and recipes. What we did at Anybox is write actually a recipe for OpenERP. I'll explain on the example that's on the next slide exactly what it means. Actually, it doesn't restrict itself to Python packages at all. That's why actually we could use it for OpenERP, because at the time OpenERP didn't respect Python packaging best practices at all. And it can do really anything. I mean, you can call a makefile if you like, and actually there's even a full-blown Linux user-owned distribution based on Buildout. It's called SlapOS. It's a bit special, but it's amazing what they can do with that. So now it's time to show you something a bit more concrete. So. This is a simple configuration file for Buildout. We have, so this is almost any format. We have a main section, that's the global parameters. The global parameters specify which parts have to be installed by default. So that's the first concept. An application, or an application bundle if you like, is a set of parts, and you want to declare some of them, and maybe by default install just a few of them. So here I say that by default I will install something I call my project, and here's the configuration for my project. Each part is tied to a recipe. So this one has been tied to ours, which is anybox.recipe.openerp. with BZR resolution options. And we use the server recipe because there were recipes for the GTK clients a long time ago, but nobody needs them anymore. Then comes the version specification for OpenERP itself. And there I have to say, I don't speak of Odoo yet because, well, I will speak about it later. And anyway, we have some installed base to manage. So for now, I will say OpenERP. Let's just say that it will work in the same way with Odoo, and I'll get back to that later. So then I have a bunch of add-ons. The first line, local, means that I simply dumped the add-on right next to the Buildout configuration file. Perhaps they are versioned together in a Git repository, maybe. Then something to grab on BZR. That's server env tools. It's a nice community add-ons. Then something to grab on our internal version control system in Mercurial. So that's the FRO GPL enforcement stuff I told you about. And then a nice add-on to control what happens with many 2.1s. Sometimes you don't want to display that create or search more button in some specific, we need that, okay. This is a fake project, but let's say we need that. Then a second part, which does nothing much more than install some Python distribution, which is actually a tool for quality, static analysis, okay. Flake 8, that's PyFlakes plus PEP8. And then some version pinning for dependencies. For instance, if I remember correctly, report lab, I don't want the last version because it works with Python 3 only. The recipe itself, that's a bit funny, but sometimes I don't want the tool to build what I'm building to change. I want to reproduce installations, okay? I want to get back maybe a few years later and pick the very same build out and reproduce my client's problems. I've seen too much projects that were hosted on a server and nobody could make a new development environment anymore. I don't want any of that. So, okay. I can fix that. I can also fix ZC Buildout itself, and it will swap versions automatically if needed. So, how does it work? Well, the first time you have to install some version of Buildout itself. So, that's a command, python bootstrap.py, you do it just once. And then, on a regular basis, you'll do the bin buildout command. So, or with an option to specify the name of the configuration file. There are plenty of options. So that's time for my first demo. Let's see. Oh, okay, quite a bit of pollution, but I already did the bootstrap part earlier today, and I did a first execution of buildout because I wanted to be sure I got it right. But I'm doing it again. So let's say 7 with add-ons. That's the name of the file. That's CFG. So we will wait a bit for the network. Okay, so it grabs the tarball. The tarball I already have in my personal cage. It's wonderful. Sorry, I said I tested it. Okay, come on. Well, I have another one. This is the camp-to-camp OpenERP connector. And yes, it works. Yeah, and this one is a real-life build-out. I grabbed it earlier today, just 2 hours ago, and it's a project I know personally nothing about on a technical level. So what did it do? We have a bin directory with new commands. Start OpenERP, which launches the OpenERP server. Okay, so then, of course, it's a connector. It asks me for password authentication to a Magento. Okay, no problem. But the server is running, and it has the proper list of add-ons. Quite a few other comments. Let's see. Oh, there's a separate script to start the work for the interconnection with Magento. Some stuff for unit tests. These are not standard for the recipe. The guys from Camp to Camp added them. They have a supervisor configuration, which is actually, oh, let's see what's in there. So here's the build-out. So the part is called OpenERP, here. And some options. Okay, very interesting. So I wanted to display that. You can specify here options for OpenERP, which will go in the main OpenERP configuration file. And this way you can specify first only the options that matter to you. Okay. For now we have a flat file, but we can do much better afterwards. Here's the HTTP port. Okay. Some stuff for debugging, and that's fine. And then some additional components. Magento, I suppose that's the core Magento API. ArcParse, this is for command line options. Sphinx, that's some documentation stuff, and Unidecode I don't know about. And then another part, which installs Supervisor. I don't know if you know of Supervisor, but it's a simple tool to manage processes on production servers. Works a bit like, well, there are different tools like that, but it will restart processes, it will monitor them, maybe monitor memory. It's a complete tool in itself. That's a bit the systemd of Python, to be quick. And then some version pinning. Okay. So, you know, this is a complex project. Of course, I need a password to Magento. This, there was a presentation 2 days ago of Alexandre Fayol about this. This is work of Guywen Baconnier. And the build-out configuration is the work of Guywen as well. I mean, it's big stuff in itself. I don't know any of it. I can install it rather easily. Well, of course, I know about Buildout. Okay. So, some more examples. Remember my Buildout here? Okay, I know why it didn't work. That's because I left the inline comments, and that's forbidden. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So, remember here, that's the version of OpenERP. Nightly, and this precise nightly here. Maybe I want, because I'm doing some review, maybe I want to check if it works on the head of BZR branches. So, okay, I change the version of the main server part to OpenObject Server, that's indeed its name, and then I put back the standard add-ons, OpenObject add-ons and OpenERP Web. Okay. So, sorry, I forgot to tell the most important thing. You have an extensions mechanism, which is very neat to split things that aren't supposed to be split, like OpenERP options, in separate files. So, here I am. I have this 7 with add-ons, and I just want to make a variation on it. So, I change the add-ons, some of them. And this works. I will get the same thing with the head of BZR branches, and then I can launch the test, check if it works again, and maybe change the main version afterwards if I like. Oops. Now it's on GitHub, and it's called Odoo. And even, if I'm right, even the version 7 history is there. So maybe there are fixes on GitHub that I miss on BZR, so I have to adapt. Well, it's not that hard to adapt. I just changed to a version on the Git server, namely GitHub server. And I have a small compatibility trick that I won't need in a few days, but that you still need. So, okay, and this works. And I have the same project on the GitHub master 7 branch. I hope I got the 7 branch right, but maybe more variation. Again, I'm still extending the same base file, but this time I want to use my development version of the recipe, just to check if it works. And while we are at it, I'd like to see if it works, the project, on the OpenERP community backports branches. I can do it. in a short, separate configuration file. So it can help smoothing transitions. Does it work on the real stuff, the real Odoo? Well, of course, I can try. Well, probably I will have to test to fix the project, but the beginning, the first step is just switching a few lines like that. So now, what I showed you just a few minutes ago is a toy, of course. Now let's take a look at something I extracted and simplified from a big project, which I've been working the whole last year. So we have first, okay, open object server, its add-ons, web. Okay, that's standard. Then Aero for OpenOffice reports. Then so a bunch of generic add-ons of ours. Then some specific part for doing some budgeting. Then a bunch of small tools. The one for the many two ones I told you before, one about a nicer CSV-like export, and so on and so forth. Then, and then you can see the options. Here comes the version pinning. I do it by extension because the file was too big, but I can fix all versions separately like that. Everything that comes from VCSs and all Python versions. A good thing is that, a separate thing is that this is boring to maintain. Of course, if I'm working on a stable project, I will need to pin versions, at least partly like that, but it's really boring. But there are tools to do that automatically, and I talk about them later. And last but not least, about the configuration splitting, how do I separate the shared configuration I told you about, the one that will be identical on all instances of the project, on all developer machine, on all servers, and the one specific to one particular server. Well, again with the same system, but this time the options I change are DB connection, HTTP binding, and the like. Admin password, okay. So, what about anybox.recipe.odoo, which could be the successor? Well, the change of name is for us an occasion to clean some stuff, because I didn't say it before, but one of the great features of the recipe, oh yes, I did it, I said it. One of the great features is to behave the same across all OpenERP versions. This means we have legacy compatibility code. Actually, it works even for OpenERP, the version 5, and I had to make quite a few backports for that to happen. So, change of name, nobody expects backwards compatibility. Let's have a fresh start with only what's needed for Odoo 8. And of course, the old version, anybox.recipe.openerp, is there to stay. So we'll have two projects, and the two projects will support Odoo 8, and just one will evolve towards Odoo 9 and following. We'll be on GitHub. For now, the versioning for the recipe is on BZR, but that's just because OpenERP was on BZR. So now Odoo and OpenERP are on GitHub. We'll go to GitHub. And it's really easy to make as a transition. Actually, it works. It works almost out of the box, but there are some changes in Odoo right now, very recent ones, that have to be adapted to make it work. It worked last Thursday, and then something changed in Odoo on Friday. It obviously couldn't work anymore, and but it's really superficial. Okay, at this point, maybe I can take a few questions if you like, or I can move on to the advanced features. Yes? How do you recommend to name them? Yeah, you can check on the GitHub for the presentation. Actually, the file I showed you is named after one of our servers. What I'm doing is not very bright. I name it after the hostname of the server. And all my automatic deployment scripts, they use, backquote hostname.cfg. And this way, if I have, say, replication pairs, I can rsync them, and there will be no conflict. Because one is called Mercure 2, and the other one is called Venus. I don't know. But it's, well, layout is a bit a different matter. Okay. So now we have this tool. It's a kind of magical tool. Give it a big configuration file. It installs a very complex project with OpenERP or Odoo in it. So you can give it to your continuous integration, but you can deploy it on your servers, maybe with Chef, Puppet, maybe whatever. So this is the part that all users of Buildout, and especially the recipe for OpenERP, know. So what more do we have to propose? So that's actually the plan of the last part of the talk. There's a native support for scripting OpenERP. For instance, you may want to launch a batch job on the server, importing very heavy data, and this you don't want to do through an XML RPC interface. You want to chunk your transactions. You want to have error recovery, and lots of reasons to launch this on the command line. And maybe just that's the simplest thing you can tell to the remote system administrator. Another use case for scripting is proper unit test launching. I mean using a generic one, such as nose. I show you how to do that. And it's really important for test-driven development or just workflows where tests are important. Because, well, I'll speak of it later. And facilities for installation and automatic upgrade. That's also a special case of scripts where the recipe will help you. Then we have facilities to freeze all these versions, you've already seen the result, and extract them to have a nice packaging, such as a tarball, which can be built out without any network. And there's the merging feature, which was developed by Stefan Reinhardt, sorry, and which has great potential. You can make automated Odoo derivatives with it, and I'll show you an example of that. So, how to write a dedicated script? Well, with the recipe, the OpenERP recipe, any standard Python distribution can host scripts that can run and access the OpenERP internals. So it's rather classic. I mean, Python was called for years a scripting language. You define just here a function, and this one takes the session argument I'm going to talk about. And you access the OpenERP API, and then you do something. So let me show you what this session object, how it works. Yes. Okay, there's an interactive session as well. You can simply read this. So session is an abstraction over the OpenERP API to make it uniform across versions again, and which has the capability to load a database, and then you can access the so-called registry, and so you can start developing. It's like sales.pool, if you like. So let's see. I have no database. I can't show you, but let me show you the method on the session object. You have a session. You have a method to access the registry, to grab the model class, instance actually. You have something to install a module, can be really useful. You have something to manage the global build-out version, that can be useful too, and so on and so forth. And you have the whole, these are helpers, and you have the whole power of the internal API, the standard OpenERP, and the one you wrote in your project. So, let's get back to our script. It takes the session object as argument. So the first thing it should do is open the session. In that example, I forgot to open the session, but it doesn't matter. This is standard Python packaging. In the setup.py, I declare this as an entry point, as a console script. I mean, all the Python scripts in the world are declared almost like that. So it's just configuration. I call it my script, and I specify that it's in my /script/main, and the function is called run. Okay, and in the build-out config file, I just have to require it. That's it. And then I get something which will be bin/my script, and then the name of the part. Here it's OpenERP. And it will work, it will do what you want of it. It's really very simple. And that's the clean way to, I think that's the very clean way to script OpenERP. There's also another project which is called ERP Peak, which I don't know that much about. It does a bit of the same things, but I'm not sure what is in the intersection. So. Then I can, maybe I want to integrate a well-known script, an external script, which has nothing to do with OpenERP. For instance, to launch the tests. There, it's a bit tricky, because if I want to launch the tests, the unit tests from OpenERP, they are standard test classes. Just what I need is to have a loaded database firsthand. They have some capability to load the database, but it doesn't work in all cases, and it's better to do a preloading. But NoStests doesn't know anything about OpenERP. Of course, there's no option to specify which database I want to use as a test, for testing data. So what the recipe does, it rewraps it to add the -d, which is database name here. And then you can write all the standard arguments. This example is with nose, but it works for how it's called, Unit 2, the standard Unit Test 2 test launcher. It works with Sphinx. Sometimes Sphinx really need the whole access. No problem. It's very generic. What it does is launch the database, then hand over the options. Now just imagine if you're serious about tests, then you need this option that launches the PDB postmortem automatically. You need this option which will play all the tests, say that's 5 minutes, and then record the failing one and allow you to replay them. You need the option for the coverage. You need the option for the profiling. Actually, that's the simplest way to do profiling in OpenERP, I know. I write on a unit test, and then I see what nose gives with it. Fine. There's a special kind of script, that's the upgrade script. This one is prepared beforehand by the recipe itself, but the idea is that you are in control. It's a template, and then you do whatever you want with it. So my idea with that is, again, I have continuous integration, but deploy the production servers. I want the command to upgrade an existing installation to be very simple and to be the same in all contexts, whatever the project. And so I needed a script to do that, which takes just 2 arguments. Just one. Actually, that's the database name, target database. Well, there are more arguments. It's just a logging level and stuff like that, but nothing important. And it wraps and run a script like this one. So this is an example. This one is slightly more complicated than the default one. And this one this script is under your control. It's next to the Buildout configuration. It's called upgrade.py, and you do whatever you want with it. You want an example? So, of course, the default behavior is update all modules. But sometimes you don't want to update all modules, and in that case, you're really happy to have a way to avoid update of one module if you know what you're doing, which an integrator does. You know, from the command line in OpenRP 7, and there's no way to install a new module. There's a way to install a module that was there before but not installed, but a module that just appears, which the Buildout recipe helps you doing on a regular basis. No way. Well, the session API I wrote has this feature as well, so you can there's a new module that appeared on file system and you can just install it. Just an example of why it's useful to have a global one. Yes? I'm not knowledgeable about Open Upgrade API. I suppose it's based on the migration scripts which are inside the modules. Is that it? Well, this one is a master script. The point of this one is to say, okay, update this module, maybe all. And then the migration scripts of the individual modules will come into play. But this is the enter point. You see what I mean? But maybe you'll be content to have just a session.update modules all. Maybe that's fine for your use case, but not for all of them. The point is that the interface is consistent, so I can actually do continuous integration tests for upgrades of my client's database, because I also have the backups, you see. I can run the upgrade script on the daily backup, and the bot will warn me if there's a problem, because I have a consistent scripting API, you see. And of course, my deployment tools, they call it as well, so that it's fully automatic. I'm doing it manually, I mean, calling the deployment tool, but Ansible, Puppet, Fabric, or a true configuration management tool can do it. A remote scripting system like Fabric can do it. This is what it would call, I think. Well, there are so many ways of using this. So, about the freeze. Well, there's an option of the recipe. You could build out with a special option, and it produces a file which extends your main configuration file, and which freezes all revisions. So if you're working on live VCSs for many stuff, many modules at once, it will produce the extension required. So it will produce this. Okay? Am I too fast? Sorry? Yes. That's the point. You know, you can have it in the same file and use a copy-paste if that suits you. You can do partial freezing by copy-pasting from that one. Still, it's less boring than checking all versions. I'm almost done, actually. I have something similar for extraction. This one will fetch everything from VCSs and put it locally. And then I can package in a tarball. And the tarball doesn't rely anymore on Launchpad or GitHub or our internal server. I don't need any access keys. It's self-contained, except for the Python eggs, but it's self-contained. It's a bit big, around 40 or 50 megs, but you know, since I've been doing this extraction stuff, never had a problem with, at least with the assembly part. Oh yeah, I have a nice example. I don't know how to use my computer. Here. So that's our Buildout. It's a continuous integration system. And this builder does the whole process, and it goes as far as to produce a tarball. Of course, it does that only if the tests pass. So that's better assurance. And it launches the test after the extraction so that I'm sure that there's no file missing. So, yeah, I just have things warnings. Could do better. And I'm almost done. And that's the last slide. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, on a regular basis, the bin buildout command will fetch the needed version if it can. If you run in offline mode and you require a revision that's not there, of course it doesn't work. But it will fetch and do what's necessary. If you have a dirty tree, then it will fail exactly as the DVCS should fail. But there are options to pre-clean because that's useful in the continuous integration. But you see, okay. So that's the last slide, and this one is this my latest pet project on these matters. So you know maybe about OCB. That's a derivative of OpenERP with backports, early merge of fixes. But sometimes we need something even faster for our own purposes. Sorry, the client doesn't wait. So we have our derivative, and I try to make just one for AnyBox. But I don't want to merge every morning, even just 3 branches. So this configuration over here, what it does, it specifies a generic with no special add-on OCB version of OpenERP. And then, no, I'm sorry, it specifies our branch. And then it specifies that when I run bin/buildout, it should be merged automatically from the upstream OCB. And the with auto commit here, that gives me a separate command. And if I launch that command, it will commit on all needed DVCSs and it will push. I'm running this in a Buildout again, because I like Buildout very much. And so each time there's a new commit in OCB, it's merged, it's committed and pushed if and only if the tests pass. And if they don't, then it's time for human intervention. I'm done. So I wanted to say that the presentation was written with a tool a friend of mine wrote. It's a Sphinx and Impress.js integration. About the OpenERP recipe, the primary author is Christophe Combel over there. And I took over 2 years ago. We have many external contributors, and I'm really ecstatic about that. So 2 people from Axon, Stefan Reinhardt, he wrote, he had the idea and he wrote the merge system I just showed you. And people from Camp to Camp, and also people from BCIM. These were, I think, our first contributors. And we also, now we have a downstream extension with Laurent Mignon PyDev integration, which is actually based on the OpenERP build-out recipe. So thank you for your attention. We have time for, I don't know, 5 minutes of questions. Oh, there's no talk afterwards, I think. But still we have a train to catch at 4. Thank you. No question? Yes, for the questions. What's the question? If you have a question, there's a microphone. Well, anyway, thank you for your attention. Thank you. I'd like to have a last word. I'm really glad to have been here for these 3 days. I'm jumping. I'm high on positive vibrations. That's really awesome. So thank you for the organization and for the invitation to talk. Ça va? Non, mais j'ai